Really intense focus face from Kristen. I think she gets this one.
Nice.
You can't have a face like that and miss, I think.
No.
Wow. Kristen has this shot absolutely dialed. Really perfect shot. Can't draw it up better. Kristen long, look for two. Oh my gosh. From the bog thing.
This is when she starts to get unbeatable, when she starts canning these circle two putts, like making them look easy.
Yeah.
She three-peated at Waco. She's going for another three-peat here at the MVP Music City Open, presented by Another Round Disc Golf. Kristen Tatt, world number 1, arriving to the course this morning, Mill Ridge Park in Antioch, Tennessee. And all dry at the moment out of the skies, but oh boy, has it been a wild and wet few days in Nashville. As we get a chance to check in on the Canna current conditions. Cloudy skies, warm temperatures, and for now, no rain. So we will see what comes for the rest of this weekend. There are thunderstorms and more rain in the forecast as we welcome you inside our broadcast booth. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us alongside the world champion Sarah Hokum. I am Charlie Eisenhood. Sarah, the conditions are the first thing we have to talk about. Yesterday, we were supposed to have the first round of the match play championship. Couldn't happen because the course was in spots completely flooded by 2 inches of rain that fell in a few hours. It's going to be a little squishy out there this whole weekend, and we could have more rain. What does that mean for the players?
It's really going to make those second shots extremely challenging in the fairway. There's so much elevation out here as well. Players may have to go with a standstill shot or disc down, and really just it's going to be very difficult. I mean, with the water, standing water on the course, we're going to see a lot of slipping, slowing down, speeding up the disc. I haven't seen a lot of conditions like this. Last time was probably 2015 at the Scandinavian Open when Thomas Ekstrom was literally pumping water off the course during the tournament.
Well, the grounds crew spent all day yesterday trying to get rid of that standing water, and so much work done. We're going to check in now with Grant Zellner, who's down on the course as the third member of our crew, who's going to tell us a little bit about what they've done to mitigate the conditions. Good morning, Grant.
Good morning, guys. Dr. Zach Hoy, the tournament director, and his staff know what they have to work with here on this property. They know it like the backs of their hands, and they understand what they can control and what they can't. And to that end, yesterday, even as the match play championship was being postponed, they were out here on site. Just off to my right, there was a gentleman in a creek up to his waist. He had nothing on his person but a pair of shorts and a shovel, finding places in the creek to clear debris. And once that debris was cleared, entire sections of this course very rapidly drained. So yes, it is sloppy, and that might be generous to call it that in some ways, but it's better than it could have been. And on the slopes of this property, which are a lot more significant, I think, in person than they come across in screen, things are going to drain okay, and you might actually prefer that side hill lie versus the alternative, standing in a puddle at the bottom of the hill. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play today, and then even more interesting to see how things play once the rains fall again, and they most certainly will.
Well, thank you, Grant. I know yesterday they were using the ad walls to kind of create culverts where the water had started to overflow the banks of the creek, and they drained out all that water we saw just a moment ago. So hopefully we're seeing birdies out there early, and let's talk about the golf today, because we have Kristen Tatt, who's been fantastic at this property and to start this season. I mean, she's coming off this Jonesboro win at the A-tier, and she shot the highest ever event rating that we've seen anybody ever do in FPO. What is it going to take for her to come in here and take this down for a third straight year?
She's going to maintain her focus as she has, and I think coming off that Jonesboro win brought her a little bit of confidence after losing in Austin. I mean, she plays so well on these park-style courses. I mean, the wind and the hills really play to being able to have a forehand and a powerful backhand that have accuracy. Her spin putt is also going to help in this wind that we're going to have on every day. So, I mean, she's really unbeatable, but we have couple players try to knock her off her podium.
Well, we certainly do. We'll talk a lot about that. I mean, Holland Hanley out to a tremendous start this year, coming off the win at the Open at Austin. But you can see what Kristen did last week. I mean, dominant performance at Jonesboro.
Incredible. And also being her 100th win to set a ratings record for the FPO division is really, I mean, it just shows how incredible she really is as a player.
Well, we're going to get to see plenty of Kristen today. She'll be on one of our feature cards, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see how the players handle the conditions out here. Not too much wind this morning. Kristen Tatt and the rest of the feature cards coming up in just a moment.
I haven't owned an electric guitar ever, so now I'm like extra double soaked. And now I need an amp.
MVP's Music City Open is presented by MVP Disc Sports, the leading edge in disc sports, and by Another Round Disc Golf, your new favorite disc golf shop.
My name is Scott Lewis. I'm facility director for Gibson Custom Shop here in Nashville, Tennessee, and we are at Gibson Garage. Some friends of mine were bugging me for about a year to go play, and I'm like, that's a silly game. Not doing it. And finally, they talked me out there one day, and I played, and day one, I was hooked. And been playing ever since. You know, I followed two players most of my life. You know, back in the 90s, it was Kenny Climo. And then, of course, when I come back to USA, I'm like, who's this Simon Lizotte guy? He's kind of like the Phil Mickelson of disc golf, and just, you know, these crazy routes that he takes. You know, being there, watching your favorite players. I mean, back in the day, you didn't have the galleries like you do now, and it's pretty awesome to see how this sport's grown over the past 30 years. Well, the trophies this year, you know, I got with Zach, and we had to think out of the box because we did the SG the first year, we did the Les Paul, and we're like, let's do something different this year. Each year we try to step the game up and give something a little bit unique, a little bit more of that wow factor. So this year we went to the ES335 with the Cobra Burst. And I think it's a pretty cool color guitar.
Well, Kristen Tatt going to try to add another axe to her wall. ES335, $3,500 retail price.
Wow.
Quite the trophy here at the Music City Open. And we will see Kristen in just a bit. But first, our second feature card coming up, teeing off at 9:40 local time. We're going to see Holland Handley, Madison Walker, Kona Montgomery, and Macy Vela Diaz. Let's head down to the tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everybody out to the 2025 MVP Music City Open presented by Another Round. This is your 9:40 tee time, our FPO feature card. First up to the tee, make some noise for Holland Handley!
Holland has finished second or first at each of the 3 events to start this season, emerging as the top challenger to Kristen Tatt.
Lining up this initial hyzer. This is playing more like 320. She's going to try to get the perfect height to park this green. A lot of players are going to get knocked down by those trees or hit
Next
those
to the
rocks.
box, please welcome Madison Walker!
Madison has a win here at the Music City Open back in 2018 when it was an A tier.
Really not what she was looking for there. Little first round jitters, perhaps. It'll be a tough scramble.
Next to the tee, make some noise for Kona Montgomery!
Kona Montgomery sitting in 4th on tour in parked percentage. We'll see if she can put one under the basket here on the first.
Continuing to show us why she's number 4. A little bit high, but she filtered through just
and our
fine.
final FPO competitor of the day. Make some noise for Macy Vela Diaz!
Macy coming off her best ever event rating at the Supreme Flight Open to kick off the season, and she has been great here in Nashville in the past.
A little bit inside and short.
Good luck, have fun, ladies.
All right, we're going to send it back down to Grant Zellner, who's walking with Holland Handley. Grant?
And it seems like a lot more than 24 hours ago when we were weathering a tornado warning, the first of several together in the basement of our hotel. What did you do with yourself for the rest of the day other than ducking in and out of shelter?
Yesterday came by the course just to see, if they needed a little help picking stuff up, and it was really just moved a little bit of debris out of the creek, and then went and hung out at the hospital for a bit while there was a tornado warning because it's a nice sturdy structure, and they were fine with us hanging out in the waiting room. And then once the storms kind of broke up, just spent the rest of the day watching some F1 practice.
It's a lot more fun maybe playing disc golf in the rain than driving one of those cars in rain, yeah?
Oh, for sure. I wouldn't trade places with them even on a not rainy day.
Best of luck this week.
Thank you.
How cool is that? Holland out at the course helping the grounds crew yesterday.
What a grinder.
All right, we're going to check in now with Natalie Ryan playing her first event of the season. She's in 2nd place. That was her 3rd shot after finding the OB off the tee.
Macy here with a difficult approach. There are a lot of little gaps, none of them very big. She's got to have perfect height. Looking at least 80 feet. Leaves a little bit on the bone there. This left side of this hole is very, very difficult and really easy to miss to. We've got a crosswind on this tee that's making shots much more difficult.
This is a familiar green, but it didn't used to play as hole 1. How have they changed this hole?
Yeah, last year it was, I believe it was like 16. It was at the end of the course, really difficult par 4. And then several years ago, we actually played almost this exact same hole, but from just a little bit further and to the right. So players are really familiar with this really gorgeous green, probably one of the most picturesque on this course. Madison, you see here, is just in trouble.
Looks like she's thinking about trying to find a way through the thicket.
The course is a little bit cleaned up from past years in certain areas, but this area they left nice and rough. Smart play pitching out to the place she knows she can get to rather than going at the pin. That's a veteran move.
Holland looking for an opening birdie from circle 2.
She's a little excited this morning, trying to push it a little extra. I'm sure she'll find that way to dial it in as we continue through.
Ryan for par on the 9th.
Excellent putt.
So she saves the par. She's 1 shot back of Missy Gannon.
Just test her for par. Nobody wants to start with a bogey, and Macy has a great putt. Let's hope she can show it right here.
Pushed it right.
A little bit uphill. That's a pretty common miss with a push putt. Macy trying to maintain her focus here, not let this get her down. Sometimes a bogey on this first hole can really propel you to focus up. And there's 4 holes before we get to a really hard hole, so I'm hoping she can bounce back.
Walker for par.
That's right.
Knocks
Great
it down.
Good confidence putt to start the round.
And Kona with the best drive of the bunch. A tap-in birdie.
That's got to feel great. Yeah, she is a great thrower of the Frisbee. One of the best.
So bogey for Macy. And it'll be a tap-in par for Holland. And our second feature card is off and rolling and headed to hole 2. We are about 10 minutes away from the tee off for our feature card, featuring none other than world number 1, Kristen Tatt, going for a 3-peat here at the Music City Open. We'll see her on the other side.
Everything changes. Life changes. Seasons change. And your personal style changes too. Luckily, your Zuka can change with you. One frame, with a lifetime warranty, can stick with you through thick and thin. And if it's time for something new, just swap out your insert to match the new you. Match your style and let your Zuka grow with you.
Discraft, built for flight, 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 flight.
So no way. You talking about superhero stuff? There's a flying Kevman.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. With its extreme flexibility and tackiness, Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Take on cold or wet weather with confidence behind every shot. We are excited to add 300 Ultra Soft to the lineup, which joins 400 and 500 Ultra Soft. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
For the first time ever, check out some official pre-event betting odds at the Music City Open. These are the lines that came out initially. We had lines up on DraftKings and Underdog Fantasy in some states and jurisdictions. Sarah, what do you think about the opening odds here?
You know, they look a little off to me. I would definitely put Hanley a little closer to Lat. Also, Gannon, she revealed that she wasn't injured. She was just tired.
Right.
So she's had a whole week off.
Too many practice rounds.
Yeah, so I would say they would all be a little bit closer, at least Hanley, Gannon, and Solonen.
Well, starting this week, fans have the option to participate in regulated sports wagering or play daily fantasy on the DGPT. Missy Gannon for birdie knocks it home. She is your leader by 2 strokes right now here in round 1. Note that betting on the DGPT events is not available to all states and jurisdictions. You can check out nxtbets.com/playdgpt to learn more about gaming options in your area and start playing today. Not a ton of under par scores out on the course right now.
That's typical of this course in general. I would say the middle part of the course is where we really get into the trouble. Macy here on her second. If you've got the sidearm here, it really is the play.
Edge of the circle.
That's great look. Really takes distance on this hole to score. Some players are going to play this for par.
Yeah, you mentioned the scoring. I mean, last year, just Kristen and Holland were under par.
Yeah, this is one of those properties that they really push the edges of scoring.
Some sun sneaking through the clouds.
Pushes straight. There is a headwind in their face. It's fairly light yet, but it's still affecting the accuracy of those shots.
She's like, I'm in.
Oh.
Katrina Allen with little baby Eloise.
Yeah, she's coming in about 6 months. Katrina has talked about how it is difficult to leave her baby, so here she is getting the last little bits of love before she tees off.
Mom time for now. Disc golf time coming up for Katrina Allen. She's on the feature card. We'll see her next.
Thank you. It's so sweet.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture. There is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
At Pound, the quality of our gear runs deeper than the stitching. That's why we make everything right here in the US, employing highly skilled, well-paid professionals. From bomb-proof Cordura fabric to YKK zippers and recycled plastics, we source the highest quality US materials to make the most comfortable, durable pack in disc golf. Our lifetime warranty stays with the pack, not the purchaser. So regardless of how you find us, we will be here to make sure your pack stays on the course and out of the landfill. Pound's integrity is held together with more than just thread.
Holland Hanley putting for birdie on hole 2.
Looking like a layup. It's a pretty dangerous putt. The OB is inside the circle on the right side.
And we check in with our leader, Missy Gannon, teeing off on 14.
Excellent shot right into the gap.
Well, we can take a look at our hot rounds, aka the round 1 leaderboard. Missy playing well.
Yeah, she was. As we all thought she was injured in the past year, she definitely made sure we knew that she was not injured, and she's here to play. She hasn't been talked about as much this season so far, but I think she's really trying to solidify that she's still a contender and that never to count her out.
Macy
with the stepper.
Nice way to make up for the bogey on the first. Take a look at the Zuka replay.
Traditionally, Macy plays really well at this course, and here's an example of exactly why. Big distance and great putting.
Yeah, Macy came close to winning this tournament.
And as the local, it has to be fun to play in front of your home crowd.
She has 3 podiums here in 4 years. Second place finish back in 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome out to the 2025 MVP Music City Open presented by Another Round. This is our 10 o'clock tee time in the FPO division, your featured card. First up on the box, welcome your defending MCO champion in the FPO division, Kristen Tatt.
You can see the wind is picking up just a little bit. It's going to make that hyzer push down, and it's hard to get that thing to go left in this wind. We'll see if Kristen can stable up enough to make this happen. Comes up a little short. We'll see what kind of look she has over there. It looks obstructed to me.
Make some noise for Silva Saarinen.
Silva out of Oiti, Finland. Finished 9th here last year. She's currently the best putter on tour.
Yes, her C2 percentage is extremely high, and she's going to need it right here.
Next up to tee, give it up for Katrina Allen.
Katrina's got a pair of wins at the Music City Open. B tier in 2011 and then as an A tier in 2019. 38 Elite Series and major wins in her career.
Calling for it to swing, it doesn't. That wind kind of keeps it right. Not good reaction off those rocks,
And
but really
rounding out
nice
our 10
execution
o'clock
of the
card,
line.
Make some noise for Cadence Bird.
The young Cadence Burge out of Huntsville, Alabama.
Really showing us a lot of skill this year.
You know, she's 6th in birdie percentage on tour right now. Got to clean up some of the blow-up holes.
Came out a little bit wide.
Good luck and have fun.
Have a long look. It is a little more open on that right side.
Let's talk a little bit more about Cadence Burge. 2022 Am World Champion.
Oh yeah, she throws super far. She has an incredibly aggressive putt. She has a ton of potential, and we're just starting to really see it. You can see her load on her backswing is very powerful. She is one of the elite throwers in distance, but also has a pretty good mid game. I really like watching her throw those approach shots, flip ups. And, you know, her mental side, I think, is improving over the years, as we expect. I mean, she's only 18, or to turn 18 this year. So I'm looking forward to a lot of Cadence Burge highlights in the future.
Yeah, she's already got a couple top 10s on tour this season.
She is trending upwards. Looking to find her gap. While it is a little more open on the right side, she is not in that part. Little kick, leave her some work on that putt.
To the third. Handley.
Pushes that gap on a beautiful hyzer and is way down the fairway, setting herself up for a very simple birdie. Katrina has to lay up from her position. We'll see Silva give this a little run from about 40.
Silva.
Wow,
knocks it down
there it
dead
is.
Center.
Pixel center.
Wow. She's currently putting 30% from C2.
Nothing pixelated about that shot.
Yeah, that is in 4K into the heart of the chains. Great opening birdie for Silva Saarinen.
The early part of the course offers a lot more birdie opportunities.
Kristen, just outside the circle.
Inspired. A couple of C2 putts. Wow, these ladies are really showing what it takes to score. The side view. Looked a little right.
Got it to stick.
Sometimes the basket's big.
If there's one spot in Kristen's game that hasn't looked totally sharp to start this year, it has been on the putting green.
Cadence with a really difficult putt. She's got a stance that she's not comfortable with. She's going to have to predict what's going to happen. She wasn't able to do it. Not the start she wanted. But maybe we'll see a Macy Veladiaz style bounce back.
For the bogey. Katrina, after the layup, putting for par. Let's go to the 14th. Missy Gannon throwing her second shot. Maybe this, in fact, where she is, this got to be her third, right?
Third, I would say, yes. She's looking to put this sidearm out to the right beyond that OB. This is likely her third shot. Oh, she gets the fade. She will probably have a putt from there.
Circle 2 look for birdie coming up for Missy.
Macy put that up a little high. There's a headwind coming at her face right now. She needed to shape it through those two large trees.
Holland with the big drive.
Able to throw a slow disc on that approach. Leaves her an edge of circle putt. Missy inside the circle here for birdie.
Or circle 1 putt.
Yeah.
This would make it 4 in a row for Missy.
Oh! I'm sure she wants that one back. But she's still doing excellent.
Kristen narrowly missing the right side tree, but gets out of the gap clean.
She did make contact with that tree a couple times last year. So the fact that she got through it this time is great, and hopefully she continues to make those adjustments.
How much are players trying to bite off on this tee shot?
Really just trying to hit that gap and either go straight or move a little bit right. But the gap and uphill, that makes the technicality of that line incredibly difficult. And there's a headwind coming, or a crosswind coming from their right side. So the turnovers are really difficult. It's a good execution. If you've got the sidearm, it's probably the easier throw. Wow. That went so far. She had to throw that way up in the air and trust the turn. Really impressive.
Makes that second shot much easier. Macy does have a birdie look here, but just going to pitch out.
Holland has yet to connect from circle 2. She's had the first 2 putts. We'll see if she can dial this in. Oh, a little right, and the basket catches.
Basket's doing a nice job this morning. We'll take a look on the Zuka replay from 34 feet, Handley. Just enough of that right side. So first birdie for Holland. Second shot for Silva on hole 2.
Trying to play that turnover line. Leaves her circle 2. But a very safe play. You know, Silva doesn't have the sidearm, but it'll get which will park the basket. But she's doing, she's playing her game.
Good shape on this shot from Allen.
With a little trickle down even. That's beautiful and so technical with that headwind in her face. She trusts her disc so well to throw it on a baby hyzer and then let it turn and still have a fade at the end. Whew, it doesn't get any more technical than that. Kind of looks like Kristen's laying up here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's interesting
overstable.
to see her go with the backhand.
It really is. Overstable, fairway, but that doesn't look like a layup. She will have a little bit of a look over there. The sidearm, I'm assuming she's worried about it rolling away because you have to go through something super overstable that could catch some ground play and push into the OB. She may be playing this conservatively. But she gave herself a look, so I guess the risk-reward pans out here.
Well, Grant, this was a huge drive from Cadence. Tell us about what she's got left and what you saw on that shot.
Yeah, Cadence is looking straight at the basket, which is something some of her cardmates couldn't do. Able to really choose a line and hopefully not worry too much about that OB. She's trickled down the hillside over there next to it, but it looks like she's going to be dry and may have the second best putt of the group. Looking to bounce back.
You know what, it's not a straddle putt. It might be.
Flirting with that OB line, but we'll have the birdie putt. We go to the 15th. Missy almost got her 4th straight birdie, but missed it off the cage.
Oh, yeah, beautiful shot. It's a nice turn.
Man, didn't need much more to be a one-shotter here.
But, of course, Missy playing the smart play.
Of course.
With the OB behind it, keeping it low. He doesn't get better than that.
Well, fans can use code DGPT to save 25% off their order at oneshotenergy.com and explore a wide range of energy chews, focus chews, and voice drops. Kristen with a tricky birdie putt.
Really nice angle on that Anheuser, not her normal putt. So the fact that she shaped it so well, I mean, those upper branches really kept her from running the basket too much.
Well, Silva made a highlight reel putt on the first. Even higher degree of difficulty here on the second for birdie.
Good pace. I mean, she's 30% from C2, so she's going to get 1 in 3 of those. I'm curious to see how close Cadence is to this line. It looked really close. The OB comes up quick on that side of the basket.
Got to deal with these trees. Pleasant roll away, but
little slope on this green leaves her another long putt and through trees. This will be 3 of 3 putts through trees today. 4 of 4 putts.
That's right. That's frustrating for Cadence after such a great tee shot.
Well, and same thing on, the last hole. She's now 3-putted 2 holes in a row to start her tournament. Mentally, this is very difficult to come back from. We're going to see some maturity here if she can come back from this.
When you find yourself in a spot like that, how do you reset on the putting green?
A lot of heavy breathing. Get that oxygen in your brain. Slow down the heart rate.
Katrina in for birdie.
Focused. You can see the slop as the players are making their way up and down these hills.
So it's back-to-back bogeys for Cadence Burge. Silva in for par. And a tap-in par for Kristen. Let's go to the fourth.
That looks good. She's past that bump out in the middle of the fairway.
To 15, Missy after the great tee shot off the base. Into the chains. 5 down today.
Got a couple more holes to play, and they're all birdie looks for Missy.
Missy coming off her Player of the Year campaign in 2024, but has been out to a little bit of a slow start. She's only in 11th in the world standings. Hence some of the speculation about the injury, but she put those rumors to bed this week in the press conference.
Sometimes it takes a few tournaments to really get things going. Every year is a little bit different. And, she obviously practicing really hard and doing everything she can. And I think we're starting to see the traditional Missy Gannon.
If she birdies out, which is a big ask on this course, but if she does, she will tie the course record.
It's possible, and we're going to see this lovely sidearm from Missy, she has a ton of power for her sidearm, even though she's not traditionally known as that type of player. I liked the shot. We'll see where it ended up. Pretty big shot here for Holland. And that is really, really close.
Handley looking good and has all season. Katrina coming off the birdie.
Catches a trunk on the way in to that gap, but it was a favorable hit. She's in a great position on the other side of the challenge.
Yeah, she got paid back after the bad bounce on hole 1. Kristen. Oh boy.
Kristen screaming past Katrina's disc. Catches the right side. Back into the middle, though.
Is birdie in play from that spot?
It is, especially for Silva. In fact, last year, Cadence actually laid up this hole and was able to get the birdie from the layup. I don't know if she's going to do that this year. Oh, she is.
Wow.
Going with the layup. The layup zone is kind of specific, but if you're really good at that shot, then I don't blame her for not trying to hit that gap off the tee if she can get the birdie from a layup.
Take a look at the replay from the Flight Factory drone of that drive from Kristen Tatt and just how far it got down through that gap. Impressive stuff. Thanks to Flight Factory for sponsoring our drone coverage for the 2025 season. Flight Factory now offers profile photos of every disc with parting line height and dome measurements to help you know exactly how the disc will fly. Avoid surprises and shop at flightfactorydiscs.com today to find the exact disc you're looking for.
Parting lines, really?
You think about that when you pick up discs?
Definitely do. But I haven't seen any companies actually caring about that. Cadence with the big hyzer. She's got a look, guys. Impressive.
Just outside the circle.
And it's less obstructed than the last couple putts we've seen, so I'm hoping she can bring that in together.
Hanley for the birdie on the 4th.
Looked a little bit off balance there, but catches the chains on that left side. She is showing that she is here to play.
Holland tied for second at 2 down. Everyone trailing Missy Gannon, who's trying to make it 5 birdies in the last 6 holes with this from circle 1. You bet. Look at this back 9 for Missy Gannon.
She really got through a lot of those really difficult holes in the early back with birdies, where a lot of players are going to struggle there. So really impressive to get through those holes, and she's got 2 more birdie opportunities ahead of her.
Setting the early pace. Missy actually on the first card on the course today, so no one's played 17 and 18 yet, but the wind is favorable. So we see Silva's second shot. Yeah, I think birdie's in play.
Absolutely. She almost hits the pole.
Katrina.
Going on a really slow disc here. Looking for that control. It looks like that headwind just pushes it out. Maybe cross.
You don't see yours?
Oh, they've lost Kristen's disc in the middle of the fairway because they don't realize how far ahead it is. Keep going, Kristen.
You can see just how good that drive was.
Wow.
So far, I would say I'm impressed at how little water there is on the course. I mean, we've seen some soft spots around the greens in a couple places, but I mean, it was absolutely just torrential downpour yesterday. Grant, I mean, you're walking around out there. How is it? And are you surprised at how dry things are relative to what we saw yesterday?
I'll be honest, so far I'm really not, just because of the angles and the slopes that are here on this course. We've been on side hill lies a lot so far, and so a lot of water's been able to run off. It's the low-lying areas that are concerned, and as we get to the other side of the course near where the big pond is and all of that, that's where I'm going to be really curious to see just how sloppy things are.
As we're seeing here, there's definitely some spots that are muddy. But that's a great point, and you pointed out early, Grant, that there's a lot of more slope on this course than it may come across to viewers at home. But let's look back at this shot. What happened here, Sarah?
You know, a timing issue. It looks like she didn't load on her back foot like she normally does. She looked to me like she was just as surprised as we all were. I don't know that this had to do with wind. Sometimes, as a player, when you throw an amazing drive and have such a simple approach, it actually, you can kind of get in your head about it. Holland with a big hyzer on 5. It was a little bit inside, but it caught the trees and dropped her at a really great spot to putt from. Oh, Katrina's in some trouble here. It's going to be really hard to get this close. She will likely just have to kind of lay up and try to make a putt. Going with the roller. There is OB deep here, so we're hoping this doesn't find that. Ugh.
Well, she'll have a look.
These huge cedars are just hard to get around. They're 50 feet wide. You see asking for it to swing. It does. That's good positioning. This is old hole 1 from last year with some changes. Kristen even struggling to get behind her disc here, looking for a gap. That'll work. We'll see if this affects her approaches from here on out. It has the potential to.
Well, Grant, what is Katrina looking at here from this lie?
She's having to straddle out pretty far, but has a direct look at the line. The question is whether or not she's going to have enough power to get there with her style of putt. Had the power just a little bit off on the line, off the top of the cage, and will have a little bit of a challenging comebacker. The breeze out here is freshening just a little bit. Not too much of a factor yet, but we'll see how things go.
Well, Cadence finally with an unobstructed look at the basket just outside the circle, looking for her first birdie.
There's the Cadence we know and love. So we're seeing some maturity. 2-3 putts in a row, and then she cans one from outside the circle. She's bounced back.
Great commitment.
Full confidence. Excellent.
So she's on the board. Gets her back to 1 over par.
Humidity's pretty high out here right now, 89%. So the hands are going to need those birdie bags.
For bogey.
Sneaks it in. Still kind of, the hand is not feeling good.
Kristen taps it in for par. And Silva, last putt for birdie. Excellent approach shot, pays off, and Silva gets to 2 under par. She's tied for second. Go back over to 17, second shot for Missy Gannon.
She's trying to pump this way up the hill. She is locked in, folks. That'll be a putt for birdie.
Just outside the bullseye for Missy. Trying to birdie out and get a share of the course record with a 59. Holland to make it 3 straight. You bet. Holland in for birdie, so she's got the best start of anybody on the course. 3 down through 5.
These first 5 are the ones to get. Once you get to 6, 8, the middle of the course, it starts to get really challenging. So you definitely want to grab at least a couple in this first handful.
So here's Missy Gannon going for the turkey and for 6 birdies in the last 7. Yes.
Wow, great. That's excellent pace, too.
And just want to note, Missy 5 for 10 from Circle 1X today. So she's missed quite a few putts. We saw one a moment ago. She is 3 for 3 from Circle 2, however. She hit from 57 feet on hole 2 for birdie and 65 feet for the birdie on 12. We go to the 4th, Silva.
Beautiful shape. And it stays in bounds. Great positioning. Really difficult backhand hole.
You can see the flyover of the hole over there on the bottom right corner of your screen, presented by Zenni, eyewear for everyone. Fans can use the code DGPT for 10% off their order.
A little bit low out of cadence, but she's in position to still get the par. The OB is pretty narrow. And that bump out, there's OB in this little bump out that she's aiming at to hyzer in front of. No trouble, but probably out of birdie range. Kristen likely throwing the forehand here. It's a little bit easier of the shot. Right even with that bump out. She's still going to have close to, it'll feel like 380 on the back end of that. Good positioning, though.
Trina letting a spectator.
It's the right play. Let them know what's up and don't try to throw when you're distracted. Narrowly stays in bounds. Not quite the shot she was looking for. But difficult. That headwind is coming in their face right now, and they're trying to throw a turnover with a backhand on a narrow fairway. Really technical, but everybody in bounds.
All right, Missy Gannon, chance to tie the course record with a birdie here on 18.
Just outside the circle, she's made every one of those, so I think the odds are good.
She's been on fire for sure. Well, let's check in once again on 18. Britannia Meekum is tied for 3rd. One of the best rounds we've seen from her this year.
Yeah, some good turn on that disc. Leaves herself an open approach. Cadence will be up first. She may be laying this up. I don't know that she has the distance to get all the way there, and the OB comes up really quick on that left side. Throwing a distance driver with a full flex, not a layup. She finds the fairway. What a technical line. Her caddy is very excited for her, as he should be. It's a way to bounce back after a kind of regrettable tee shot. A little move on it, keeps it in bounds. Pretty long look for birdie. But you really have to get off that tee in order to get inside circle 2.
Long birdie look for Ratana on the 18th.
It's a technical approach. Oh, little roll.
Go back over to the 4th. Just one birdie today here on 4. Holland Handley.
With the wind in their face and this being a distance hole to begin with, I can see how it's not really getting looks. Until now, maybe. Yep, those guardian trees. It's a place where a lot of people are laying up to or trying to throw to as a target because it's really inside safe. Kristen didn't seem like she really liked that shot. Maybe a little high. Wind is picking up a little bit, and players are going to have to make quite a few adjustments as it continues. So this lead card, Missy may be almost done, but this lead card is going to get the bulk of the difficult wind.
Yeah, Grant, how much more has the wind picked up since this round started?
It's picked up noticeably just since the last time I spoke to you all just a few minutes ago. Part of that might be coming out a little bit more into the open, but it's definitely becoming a factor. And one thing that's interesting about this course, the out and back nature of it reminds me of a links course in Great Britain where most of the holes on the front 9 go in one direction and then most of the holes in the background go in the opposite direction, and that's going to be downwind for the back half of play. So it'll be interesting seeing how the players account for that, hole in and hole out.
Great stuff, Grant. Saw a nice approach shot there from Silva. She's going to have a circle 1 birdie look. Catch up with Holland, who's in solo second right now at 3 down.
Turns it over a little bit, but stays safe and still gives herself a look for birdie. Speaking of birdie, can Missy get this last hole? Really, looks really obstructed from here. Valiant effort.
7 down, the course record set by Kristen and Rebecca Cox back in 2023, but par was 1 lower. So 8 down to tie the course record on the current layout as Katrina approaches and puts it under the basket.
Caden's not wanting to put her disc on the ground. It's very soupy where she is standing. It's a little layup, shaping that around those trees to the basket. These are a little putt on the back end. Kristen will have a look from circle 2 to a raised basket. It looks obstructed by the tree to her right. The layup will do.
Back to 18. Ratana Meekum for par. Wind just took that one.
Yeah, she's got a right to left cross here. Really difficult. That's the worst wind for a right-handed putter. Silva for birdie, and she gets it. That is the only birdie we have seen on that hole today.
Holland got it too.
Oh, she
that's
did.
the second
Oh,
one.
there you go.
You are right. Similar spot for Holland, about 15-footer. But yes, it's been a very difficult birdie today. Great get for Silva, and she's tied for second as Cadence knocks down the par look.
Putt continues to look strong after those first couple.
Tap in for Kristen. A little bit of a slow start for Lat. Missed opportunity after the great drive. Back on hole 2. We go to the 6th, Holland. Thought she had it.
And she's pushing that OB line on the backside, so a little bit of a risky putt. She'll have some work to do on the other side.
Meekum for bogey.
Disappointing 3-putt to finish, but still under par. That's still a great score out here, and she should be very proud of herself.
Missy Gannon for par to close out a sparkling 7 under here in round 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you all out to the 2025 MVP Music City Open presented by
Announcer Raz, not a problem.
This is your 1040 MPOT time.
Great round and a marvelous back 9 for Missy Gannon.
Yeah, Missy is back, folks.
Very much back.
Yeah, and then the 4th, the bogey there, I mean, that's one of the hardest holes on the course right now. So it's impressive as she parred through the middle part of the course and even grabs some birdies in that section.
And if she can clean up the putting in circle 1 and shoot like this again tomorrow, she could crack double digits. It could have happened today. 5 circle 1 misses for Missy. Take a look down the leaderboard. Owen Scoggins, 3 over through 9. A lot of over par scores today. We have 7 players under par at the moment.
Holland with a comebacker. No problem. She's looking confident and poised.
Silva taking that right side.
Favorable miss. Pushes her out to the left. She'll have a layup there. The OB is on that right side, so it's very easy on that miss to end up in it.
This is the more common play.
Wow, that was really, really good. The Anheuser there, most players aren't really getting there with an Anheuser. They're usually throwing a sidearm. Most of the backhand throws are going up the gut if they're trying to do anything, or they're laying up to the left side. But she was going at the pin, and it certainly paid off.
Lat with the forehand.
Textbook.
Bread and butter. Yeah, that is what she does.
This course favors quite a few sidearms, not necessarily more so than the backhand, but because about a quarter of the course plays better with a sidearm, whereas other courses we have less sidearm holes, so it's really balanced. Katrina with the flip up on her like alternative style of throw, really technical.
Some very interesting disc golf this morning. Round 1 continues on the Disc Golf Network.
My relationship with Suga, it's just like a family. Sometimes they just surprise send me a thing I'm not even know. When I arrive home, boom, the box.
Such a great product, and Zuka's always there for me whenever I need anything.
After every tournament, I get a call. No matter the results, they're always there supporting me.
They have so many different things that can be a solution for a disc golfer.
That was really one of the main reasons why we partnered, is because I wanted the best of the best.
How do they know I want that? I'm like, duh, that's how the family thinking about you.
A nice upshot right there from Silva.
She's got a very direct approach to her upshots. To her approaches, I suppose. Her approaches are very direct. Flip ups. Speaking of flip ups.
Yeah.
Holland on 7. Needs it to land short of the basket. Oh, it doesn't get much ground play. Excellent. She'll have a look.
Silva was in a practice round with Simon and Eagle. You can check it out on YouTube. And there was a spot where they were dealing with a headwind or something, and Simon asked Silva, "What's your plan on this shot?" And she said, "Throw it straight."
She has a very simple approach. I really appreciate that.
Cadence for birdie on the 5th.
A little extra effort pushes it right. It's also uphill, so again, those push putts tend to push right up hills. It's a difficult adjustment to make. Very soupy green.
Kristen for a birdie to get the 2 down. Well done.
Yeah, this feels like one of those kind of must get birdie holes. Such a consistent routine that she always sticks to has brought her a lot of success on the green.
And Katrina under par now on the round. Tied for 5th. So a couple of par tap-ins for Burge and Saarinen. Saw the great shot on the 7th from Holland onto this green to get to 4 under, 3 shots off the lead.
A little off balance again. We saw that in a couple of her putts that stuck earlier.
So you can see Missy sitting up there, 4 shots clear of the field, but of course a lot of disc golf left to play for our featured cards. Missy standing by off the 18th green with our very own AJ Risley. Well, I don't think that's what Missy sounds like.
Garbled mouth. I think. Well,
she got taken over by a demon to play today's 7-down round. We'll see if we can get that audio sorted out and bring it back a little bit later. But a big smile on her face, and appropriately so.
Yes, she has a golden smile, actually, along with her game today. Good to see her back in normal form. We're looking at the 6th hole, one of the more difficult holes. You can kind of see the spectators grouped around the tee pad. This one takes quite a bit of technicality off the tee. Most players are going to flip something up through that middle gap. Some may go wide right. They're dealing with a crosswind, however, right now. She hits the gap, but that left side could get dicey. There is OB over there, but there's a lot of trees in the way, so mostly it's just obstructed, which will probably require a pitch out of some sort. That wind is pushing everything into that left side, so it's going to be really difficult for people to keep this in the fairway.
You seen anything in Kristen's backhand today that a little off?
We have seen a couple misfires, but I wouldn't say so yet. This is simply like a wind read that is extra hard. With, they're having to put the bottom of the disc to that wind and then still control it. Especially Katrina, who has a hyzer release. Really difficult. She gets that turn. Yeah, that's the play. And she's up on that right side, which should open up the tee shot. Or the approach shot, excuse me.
You see them talking about the wind. Grant, just how stiff is this breeze that they're dealing with right now?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty stiff from the player's right to the player's left. It's also coming kind of down the slope of the hill, which can also have sort of an impact on how the disc flies. Kristen over there on the right, I am trying to minimize my impact on the players. I can't tell if she's inbounds or not over there. If she is out, her benefit might be to move quite a ways back before she takes her lie.
Silva throwing a similar line to Katrina. Up on that right side to finish. Cadence keeps it low. Whether that intentionally is intentional or not, I like that play or I like that miss. The wind is heavy, and she's put herself right in the middle.
Well, let's take a look at the birdie zone here on the 6th.
Yeah, depending on what the player wants to do on their second shot, we're definitely going to want to be left or right. That far left is a really difficult area. We saw that's where Kristen ended up. These players especially on this card are going to want to throw that backhand. So kind of being in the middle and not too far right is going to decrease the technicality of that line. There's also OB on that green. It comes up really quick on the deep left side. Yeah, this is one of the more difficult holes on the course, and with this crosswind that these ladies are trying to throw through, it's going to push everything left.
Well, you can play disc golf without leaving home with Birdie Pro. Join the 50,000 that have played and get your copy today. Free shipping during the MVP Music City Open, available at BodaBrothers.com. So short drive from Cadence. But she's got plenty of power. And she puts it just to the outside the bullseye. What a shot.
Amazing. This is similar to, this is very hole-esque, hole 3-esque of her to throw the shortest drive and then get all the way to the pin.
Is that a caddy or a hype man?
Both? Wow, flips it up, manages that crosswind, and then lets the wind push it back over towards the basket. Excellent. Positioning here for Katrina is fabulous. Throw a simple, basically a hyzer backhand will get her to the pin. That's a great look. Peers the gap and gets the fade. Looking at a birdie. Always good to hydrate out there. Something I forget to do sometimes. Haul in on one of the most difficult holes on the course.
Oh, and
she pushed that over, unfortunately, to the right side.
yeah, maybe trying to play that wind and just flipped it a little too much.
Well, it's coming directly into her face at this point on this shot. So that is the
Typical
miss. She'll
miss.
have to go to the drop zone.
Yep. Oh, Grant, what's going on here for Kristen?
She looks like she's traversing a jungle, perhaps. Looking for her disc.
Yeah, it's very, very thick. There is one of the aforementioned creeks down in this area where they were clearing brush to try to get water to flow. Incredibly thick down in here. I am not very far from Kristen, and I can't see her right now.
What's going on? We were looking at that movie line back there. So I'm just playing here, right? Yeah.
So Kristen forced to just pitch out.
Yep, she'll have to get up and down to try to save this par. As you can see, I mean, the thorns, you can see the thorns on those vines are like a ½ inch long.
Not where you want to be. Taylor Chosek throwing her second shot on the par 5 12th.
Whoa, she's way up there.
Chosek, the University of Oregon track and field athlete. Big thrower. This kind of course, maybe we could see her make a move up the leaderboard.
Silva turns it over into that right tree line. Still leaves herself a circle 2 look, but not what she was looking to do, especially after such a great tee shot. That is the trouble up on that right side of the fairway, though, is you have to turn something and expect the fade versus just throwing something straight. Kristen with a couple hundred feet left. Wants to throw the sidearm, but that left side is going to come into play, especially with her Anheuser.
You think because of the miscue we saw earlier on the backhand approach, opting
You could be right. I don't really like the sidearm here.
Yeah.
That left tree is going to come into play, she's got to draw it up the right side. Oh, she's just way better than me. There we go.
Well done by Kristen.
She didn't actually need as much turn as I thought she would need there to get to the pin. That's a really great scramble.
Kristen, so good with those forehand approaches. Let's take another look at it. What do you see here?
Well, I mean, she's got the wing tipped down. Her wrist snap is going to bring that to a little bit of a different angle. It opens up the hips. We got the nice parallel forearm right there. Leading with the elbow. Engages the lats. Yeah, I mean, her sidearm is textbook. Comes out relatively flat, and then the disc itself, because it's so beat in, is going to turn for her with very little fade.
Discover the difference at Disc Golf Deals USA. With pictures and scaled weights of every disc, same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, and expert reviews and comparisons, your game, our passion.
Silva still with the birdie look here.
Silva not happy with the effort.
Looked good to me. She's pretty hard on herself,
Yeah.
I think. That happens as a young player, I think. Once you really kind of work through that mental side, give yourself a little grace.
Katrina for a share of 4th place.
There it is.
Putter's looking very nice for Katrina.
Yeah, it's good to see her playing really well. She's had a little bit of a slow start to this season, but she's got to feel at home here in Nashville. She has some roots here. She lived here for a couple of years. Cadence in the water, but it'll be casual relief. So she will take it behind her lie at the first available.
Puts it in.
Finds the basket. Silva with a little cleanup. Ooh. Slightly right, but again, those MVP baskets are catching pretty good today. Kristen with an excellent save from her lie off the tee.
Still bogey free, 2 down through 6. 5 shots back of Missy Gannon.
From the drop zone on 8. That big right-hand swing is how you get to the basket. And she looks like she may have a look.
Circle 2 there for Holland. It's an eagle look here for Chosek. Jump putting up onto the green.
Wow.
Should have a tap-in birdie from there.
That is the hole that is eagleable. I don't think we saw any last year, though.
No eagles so far today.
If anybody can do it, Taylor can do it.
Handley's 4th on 8. And not going to try to do too much. She's going to take her medicine and take the bogey. So Missy Gannon on the first card of the day, sets the standard, 7 under. She's got a 4-shot lead at the Music City Open.
It's Simon's throw, 2 behind our leader.
Driving pro tip. That's a sick roll. Birdie. 1 down, 1 to go. And it just started raining.
Test of strategy, timing, and karma. Do you have what it takes? Order your game today.
Hey everyone, Gannon Burr here, and I want to invite you to compete in the Power Disc Golf Academy Championship Series. This is the only professional and amateur nationwide disc golf series, and everyone is welcome to compete. Qualifier events will be held in cities across North America. If you place high enough at a qualifier event, you'll earn the invitation to compete in our championship event at Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course. Scan this QR code for dates and locations of the qualifying events. We hope to see you there.
Well, gear up with fresh apparel and the latest disc releases from your favorite brands at the DGPT Pro Shop. Scan the QR code or visit shop.dgpt.com to shop your favorites now. Available while supplies last. Nationally Parked, I like that one. Got some new merch. Check in with Kona Montgomery. She's putting for bogey on the 8th. Nice make. Running it down. To the 7th.
Blind hole is hard to see what you've done. The wind just kind of keeps her and Holland on the last one we watched. The wind is just keeping them right. They've got the wind off their left shoulder.
What's the aim point here?
I think we're going at that big tree, depending on, I mean, with the wind pushing it down, they may actually come inside of their normal line. And that hits perfectly, trickles right to the edge of the bullseye. Great shot by Cadence. Kristen trying to make a decision here. That wind is picking up. We've got a left to right tail. Ooh, that had a lot of heat, and it looks like it stayed in bounds. She'll have obstructed putt, perhaps, with a ceiling.
Definitely looks like that was straddling the line.
Silva doesn't like it. Leaves it inside. The OB comes up a little quicker on that left side. Taylor with the straight shot to set herself up to the gap.
There's Kristen's disc. Beg your pardon, that's Silva's disc on the line.
The rollaway potential here is real. So she may consider laying this up. Whew, that did not look like a layup. Valiant effort. I don't actually see Silva lay up a whole lot, do you?
No, if she's got a look, she's usually running it. She's been a very impressive putter since she came on tour. Right now she's 4th in C1X putting at 80%, 2nd in C2 at 30%.
With stats like that, laying up is really not a thing.
Exactly.
It's just a little bit of a death putt here. But it's well inside of a makeable range. Although maybe that range that is actually a little nervy at that kind of 20-foot marker. Crosswind isn't helping that putt.
It's tough to get that one up in the air with the OB behind.
Sounds like she struggled with the footing there. I think a straddle putt is probably going to be more effective than a staggered. Kristen also inside the inbounds area, but letting her card mates look at it so that they can confirm that she's safe, which is a professional way to handle it.
String makes it easy. Seen some difficulty assessing where the paint is earlier at Waco.
Yeah, I believe that Pro Tour is trying to get string everywhere, but you know, it's always there's always challenges.
Kristen for birdie.
Ooh. Common on an uphill putt to a raised basket. Just a little bit short. She was not really happy about that.
Cadence in for the birdie. She's under par on the day.
After starting 2 over, this is a great comeback. Katrina taking her time. Some of these are where I'll take a step. Do you ever get caught in that on the course?
Sure.
When they have like such a realistic swing before their practice swing. Thankfully, Katrina only does one of them. Whoa. This looks like some kind of a grenade or some super spike hyzer of sorts.
It's the second shot on the par 4 13th, going way up and over.
That'll give her a look.
Not quite where she was, but maybe that was the best look from where she was.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like she's right in the middle of where the trees are. You want to be either shorter or farther. So she wasn't lined up with the gap, and, you know, if this is the shot you have in your bag, like, go for it. I think that's a great option.
Circle 2.
Really hard to predict, though, especially so high in wind. So it's not surprising that she didn't park it with that. But she still got a look, so mission accomplished.
Little Annie from Holland.
There's a good turn here. That's great positioning, especially with the sidearm option on the second for Holland specifically.
Well, Grant, you know, this is the biggest distance challenge that we've seen for the player so far on tour this season. What can you tell us about this 9,128-foot course?
Yeah, something our viewers may not be able to appreciate thanks to commercial breaks and such is the length of the walk between some of these holes. We just played hole number 7 after about a 400-plus foot walk from the basket at 6 in order to then play a 335-foot hole. Now another 300-plus foot walk to get to the tee of 8. And that's a theme that will repeat. One of the locals that I spent some time with yesterday at the aptly named Nashville Disc Golf Store told me that in his estimation, this course is 9,000 to 10,000 feet of play plus 9,000 to 10,000 feet of extra walking. So
Whoa.
Players in mid-season shape for sure.
It's a hike.
Holland with the sidearm on the second shot. Pushes it a little left. There is OB over there. She likely found it.
Yeah,
It
his
has to
showing
be.
is out of bounds.
It has to be wide in order to get there. But unfortunate miss for Holland after a bogey hole.
Chosick for a birdie. Off the top, skips into the foliage deep.
Cadence looks like it's just barely in bounds. That headwind is really ravaging the Frisbee right now. They're going to have to stable up in order to fight the headwind, but that's also going to take a ton of distance off, which makes it difficult to clear the water and the tree gap. Looking like Katrina put a good move on that.
So Chosick ended up out of bounds off the missed putt off the top of the basket, so that comebacker for a bogey.
Oh, that's disappointing. It's a pretty birdieable hole. Kristen throwing an overstable driver into that wind. Gets through, leaves herself a side hill look. Silva trying to decide on the stability. She goes one tick more stable than she'd like to fight this wind. Gets by the trees on the right. And looks safe on the other side.
Missy Gannon holding strong at 7 down. A couple of our featured card players chasing her here in this front 9. We're going to take a break. We'll be back on the Disc Golf Network.
Big Disc Golf doesn't want you to know about this. It's called the band system. That's B-A-N-D. Buy a new disc. Sure, you can spend hours practicing, but you've tried that and you're still bad. And at discountdiscgolf.com, the prices are so low, you can band without breaking the bank.
Before B-A-N-D, I was just B-A-D. But now, I own more discs.
So what are you waiting for? Get on the bandwagon today at discountdiscgolf.com, because cheap discs are better. It's science.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Hey everyone, James Conrad here with Team MVP. I'm super excited to announce an upgrade to the James Conrad line of Voyager bags. We got a few new colorways to choose from. We got this orange one, which has been my new favorite. We got a green and gray. We got a blue and green. I think all 3 of them really pop. Even more exciting than the new colors are some upgrades to the actual Voyager bag itself. The biggest one is the new strap system. These have like a really nice spot to grab it from. They got more padded, more comfortable straps. There are a few new details, like there's a really nice little phone pocket right in here where you can just slide that phone in. We've got the smallest one, the Voyager Slim here. We have the standard size Voyager, and then we have the Voyager Pro. So we got 3 different sizes. We have multiple colorways that can mix and match however you like. Plenty of options to choose from and plenty of sweet colors as well. Thanks for the support.
Well, if you subscribe to Disc Golf Network today, you can get your first month free. Just scan the QR code or go to discgolfnetwork.com and use the code Music City. Get your first month free. So if you're joining us on YouTube today, thanks for being with us and hope to see you for the rest of the weekend. And why not? It's free.
I love that.
Yeah, it's great.
Everybody likes, if it's free, it's for me.
That's what I say. Here we go. Katrina Allen, second shot.
Pumping it up that hill in that crosswind. Leaving herself behind that wall of trees, which is a common place to be. Caden squeaks through them. Hopefully that opens up her next shot.
Okay.
The approach out of the trees left Holland with this for bogey. From a knee. Strong miss though.
It's going to be a double bogey for Holland. It's going to drop her back to even par.
Silva with the run-up, actually, which is rare for her in the fairway. Leaves herself really far right, but that is a really great spot to pitch down to the basket and secure a par. The place you don't want to be is right behind all those trees, so either far right or far left. Most players are going to throw that backhand to get that extra distance, which is necessary to get to this pin. Kristen over on that right side.
Take a look at Kristen's reaction to this shot.
A little disappointing. Not exactly what she was looking for. But you can see those flags are pushing so hard straight at her, and the technicality of a shot up a hill with a crosswind, you know, you can only do so much out there.
Well, Grant, I just want to check in one more time about the wind conditions out there. Has it continued to pick up over the course of this morning?
Oh, yes, no doubt about it. And now the players are into the part of the course that is probably most exposed to the wind, with a few holes to go that will be mostly into a headwind. So they will have to deal with that right about the time that the legs start to get a little bit tired. And, yeah, challenges are mounting.
Yeah, it's fortunate for the players who got out early today. You know, Missy and been in the clubhouse for about 45 minutes now. Able to take advantage of less windy conditions earlier. Saw that misfire from Katrina.
Kristen shaping this through a gap. That'll do. Excellent. Conditions really keeping this hole out of birdie range. Even Silva, who threw 2 really good shots, is still, you know, this is 80 feet, 100 feet away. 1 birdie on the hole, though. We did see Paige Pierce snag this one today with that circle 2 putt.
Yeah, it's a very difficult hole, though. I mean, only 2 players even getting into circle 2. Nobody in circle 1 so far today. Evelina was in C2.
I think I'd like to see this basket moved maybe 20 feet or inside of that, closer to the tree line, so that players have maybe this tree line as an obstruction at the edge of the circle rather than, 60 feet away. I think we'd see a lot more scoring. We may see different scoring in future rounds, though, as the wind switches.
Much more scoreable part of the course coming up as we make the turn into the back nine. Katrina, fourth shot after clipping the logs with her previous approach.
Using that wind to get that fade, leaving it nice and close. But that will cost her the bogey.
I was talking to some folks on the DGPT crew and mentioned that there were 5 tornado warnings yesterday, starting in the middle of the night. Some people didn't really sleep because they were worried about having to find shelter. Cadence in for the par. Luckily, no tornadoes touched down, but it is a real concern in Nashville. And Grant, I mean, I know you've been dealing with it. You talked about being with Holland at the hotel, dealing with the tornado warnings. How was it yesterday and last night?
Well, where I'm from in Oklahoma, we know the county map like we know the layout of our own house. Here, we don't know the county map so well, so it was a little bit of a panic trying to figure out where the warnings were and if we were in the line of fire. Yes, very thankful that most of the worst stuff missed our immediate area, but our thoughts for the people that did get hit. I'm sitting here now up to 4 kites found in trees across the course, kites that, for all we know, were being flown by a child in Louisiana or Texas just a couple of days ago. And that count, I think, will definitely go higher as the round progresses.
We have a kite count.
That's rarely seen.
That's right.
So you take a look at the current conditions. It's warm, but it's windy. For now, no rain. Natalie Ryan led early in her round. She's coming in on 18. She's got a birdie look, sitting at even par. She'll settle for par and finish the day at even. So Holland coming off the double bogey.
Throwing the hyzer, that's a good shot.
All right, well, Missy Gannon currently in no danger. We'll see if Silva and Kristen, Katrina, Cadence can get hot as they head into the back nine.
Most of Missy's birdies were on the back. 6 of 8 of them were. So I expect the leaderboard to change quite a bit as we go through this back.
Jonathan. Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle visa.
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Hi guys, I'm Katrina Allen. I finally get to reveal to you my new driver. It is the Typhoon. Probably the biggest question, even more than the name, was the flight numbers: 12, 6, -2, and 2. I need a disc that has a lot of glide, but then a really nice pushing forward finish. I really wanted to make sure that this was available in lighter weights. Yeah, my first take is they're the best version.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella?
Yes, sir. Try out this Venom.
Thanks, man.
Ooh, Calvin, looking good today.
Calvin Heimberg.
Sorry, hey, oh, sorry, excuse me, look, hey, thank you. A Naqua, I'm looking for a Naqua. Do you have one?
Hey, Germ, you can't cut in line.
My apologies, you may have noticed I just cut you in line. I'm just looking for a Naqua.
A Naqua? Here, use mine.
Got it, thanks.
Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
Deanne Carey getting set to finish up on 18. Hasn't been the best round for Deanne, but see what she can do here with a little bit of a tailwind. Oh, the skip through. What a beautiful shot. She's parked.
Wow, that hole coming in, it's over 400 feet, but probably like 380, so what a pump by Deanne.
Back to 10. Handley. Oh, that's a beauty.
That needs to sit. Oh, man.
Just too much heat.
You know, Handley throws the kind of the layup, and then she went fast off the second, and we really got to slow it down. So maybe trying to bite off a little more on the first in the future. Flips up nice. Leaves her on that left side. That'll make it a little bit easier as a backhand thrower, primarily. Kristen shaping her grace really nicely through that gap. She's up higher on the left. That gives her a little bit of a distance advantage, and it'll set her up for that sidearm second. Little bit of flip, a little too much flip for Silva. That'll make, she'll probably be laying up here on this second. She needed that to turn.
Katrina frustrated with the footing on that tee pad.
Likely out of bounds left.
Taylor Chosek with a long birdie look.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Wow. That rim just kind of catching the edge of the disc and popping it out. Allie with the flip putt. Gets the birdie.
Nice drive, Allie Smith.
The tailwind is really helping that hole.
Deanne Carey with the tap in for the birdie as well to close out their rounds.
It's a good shot. Just keeps it in bounds. She'll be able to pitch up from there for par, for bogey, excuse me. This is very technical for Silva. She needs this to go left to right. Oh, sneaks around the bush. That looks like a look. Probably circle 2.
Such a great standstill thrower.
She got a bright future. Maybe we'll get her that sidearm soon.
Do you think that's the next evolution of her game that she needs to find?
Absolutely. Or she doesn't, and that's also okay. Everybody's a little bit different.
Silva turns 22 this year, still very young.
She's got another decade before she peaks.
Yeah, you're on the edge, which is
Cadence put herself, that turned a little early, but she's on the front side of that right obstruction.
Back over to 18, Ella Hansen. Nice roll. Circle 2.
Yeah, with this spike hyzer, a little bit left, which we expect in that tailwind. Really great execution. She's a little pinched on that deep side, but she'll have a look. Holland from her out of bounds lie, trying to save par.
Oh. Tough.
A little pole kind of pushed back, a little bit right. Little slope on the right didn't help.
Well, Holland Hanley started off so great, 3 down through 5, but now 3 red numbers in a row.
If your game is off, these are the holes it's going to show in. Next hole 2, very technical. We'll see if she can turn it around.
Holland now 1 over on the day.
Beautiful approach from Katrina.
She'll have that left for bogey. Lisa Fakis.
On 15. Good turn.
Ooh.
Oh, stay in bounds. Oh, that's it might be out of bounds, but it's a short comebacker for par. Silva outside circle 2. Appropriate layup. And Cadence to follow with the same kind of look. And you know, these two are our backhand throwers. They have tons of distance, but the technicality of the turnover for this second shot is, I mean, I don't see very many people doing it well unless they have a sidearm.
So Kristen with a birdie look here. A little bit of a straddle right, but that's her typical putting stance, so very makeable. This for her 3rd birdie of the round.
She really needs this to get back on pace. A little bit off balance on the finish. which, you know, that uphill putt, that's understandable. But, she really needed to cash that in. She's still got plenty of opportunities on the back. The helping wind. Cadence to clean up the par.
Cadence playing well after those opening bogeys. She's bogey-free since, 3 birdies, sitting at 1 under. Silva in for par. Nice clean disc golf from Silva Saarinen. Kristen with some missed opportunities inside the circle. She will take the par. She's bogey-free, 2 down. Katrina takes the bogey to drop back to even. And we're going to head back over to 18. Ella Hansen's got a birdie opportunity.
Valiant effort. I'm not sure I'm running that downhill putt in a tailwind from that far. Now we've got a headwind.
So Holland trying to steady the ship after 2 bogeys and a double bogey in the last 3 holes.
That's a great shot. Anytime you can get through those trees. Also, this is last year. She lost a disc on this hole that might have cost her the event.
That was a crazy shot.
So she has recovered from that trauma. Throwing a great tee shot. Lisa from the out of bounds lie to save par. Classic miss on a raised basket.
Six players under par. Ella Hansen just closing out her round at 1 down. Tapping in for the par on 18. Haley King playing her first event of the season. She's 1 over through 12.
Scores are pretty tight through that middle of the field. Looks like players are getting a few more birdies on the back.
Hannah Blummer's 5 over through 11. Well, how about this flashback? This is that same tee shot from Holland Handley, and the disc got fired underneath this little rock outcropping, and they couldn't find it.
Yeah, this is unfortunate when something like this happens. You got so many people watching, and then to actually lose a disc on a relatively open hole.
It was shocking that they couldn't find it.
It's devastating as a player.
Yeah.
Cadence with a control shot at the tree line. That looks good. The advantage here is the sidearm has a better chance of getting to the landing zone and less of a chance of skipping out of bounds. Kristen showing us how it's done. But then Silva, she's going to step up with her hex, her mid, her flippy mid, and pump it up that right side. Wind's kind of pushing it over. We hope it stays safe. That doesn't look safe. There is some trees to catch you before you go into the OB line, but this might be a mistake that'll cost her. Yeah, Kat's going to throw the more safer line, the hyzer with overstable disc to control the distance.
There's a great overhead look at this hole. This may be my favorite hole on the course. I'm curious for your take.
I do agree that it's got a lot of intricacies. It's slowly downhill the whole way. The OB pinches really tight at the landing zone. So players are going to try to get as close as they can, but they're going to take a big risk if they try to get really close. So they may want to leave the meat of the hole to their second shot. A lot of players are going to throw at this tree line with a backhand, letting it hyzer into the fairway. But if you've got the sidearm, you can bite off a little bit more. Entering this gap, though, is very technical. And you even have a couple little blocker trees at the edge of the circle, edge of circle 2. But most importantly, you have OB inside the circle on the right side and at the edge of the circle on the left and deep. So players are going to need to throw something slow in order to control the disc through that gap and get it to stay in bounds on the landing.
We saw Holland absolutely lace the gap, but too fast a disc and straight into the OB deep.
Now, if you're putting well, you're inside the circle if you go out of bounds, if you push the basket. So maybe it's an okay risk, assuming you can save the par from that out of bounds lie deep.
OB in this fairway is a lot tighter than it's been in the past. They seem to tighten it a little bit every year.
That looked like a fast driver. Gets lucky on the right side.
Yeah, she probably stood still, I guess. Just got in there.
Ground a little squishy here. Grant, is this going to affect players' upshots?
It absolutely could affect shots as they come in around the pin. It's probably the sloppiest part of the course thus far today. This is what the course people were afraid the whole course would look like. Thankfully, it doesn't look like this, except in places like this. There's also a couple of really large buildings off of the property to the south that obstruct the wind, so you don't even get the benefit of a little bit of wind to come in here and help evaporate some of this water.
Kristen opts for the slow play, low into the gap. It looks like she maybe wanted a little bit more height there, but that is a very safe miss. I really like that play. This hole has got tons of danger. Silva from her out of bounds lie. She's got a difficult line here. She's got to turn it a little bit. And it's downhill. So she's going fairway here. This is a 8-speed neutral. If she puts too much angle on it, though, it is going to turn into the OB. Oh my goodness. Did not put too much angle. Wow. To save your par after going out of bounds on the first is incredible. Just the slow turn, Anheuser. Such a technical line. And from a standstill position, she's the best in the game at that skill. There's a little wave. Hey, she knew it was good. Looks like Caden's got something slow in her hand. I like this play. But that wasn't good. The slip. That's the thing with this hole, the downhill portion of it. It's slightly downhill, and with mud, gravity is going to come into play with the slippage. You know, so, I mean, working on that standstill game. Slipped right out on that right side. Yeah, slipped out on that right side. When she tried to plant, this just came out early and high is the way it happens. She's disappointed. Those are one of the harder things to bounce back mentally from.
Chosek.
Got a good angle.
And that is inside the circle. So Chosek looking at a birdie. To Holland for birdie on 11. Finds the band.
Strong run. She's looking frustrated, though. Katrina considering a sidearm. I'm assuming she's thinking because of the wind. But she's going to throw the putter. The patent pending that she nearly invented, and she shows us how to do it. Got one of the best putter approaches in the game.
Holland having some difficulties on the putting green these last few holes. Teeing off on 12.
Good placement shot. She'll be looking at the gap on the second.
Lisa Fakis putting for par after going out of bounds.
She's such a good putter. I imagine that was that tailwind that she's facing. Yeah, this is a blind hole. It's really hard to see. You really don't know what's happening until you actually get around the corner and see the green.
Chosek to get back to even.
That's frustrating. She'll get there. It's just she's a very new player. She's going to find her routines and her putt. It just takes a while coming off, when you first start playing. Not that she's super new, but we are seeing her newly on the scene this year consistently. Oh.
Ouch.
It was a little rushed on her approach, her routine. It's definitely a lot. There's a lot going on there that she can, simplify, and it'll help.
3-putt for Chosek means a bogey. Just a moment ago, Burge pitching out.
So she was out of bounds over there.
And now catching back up live with Lat.
Her signature approach.
She'll have a tap in par. Can hear the moisture.
Big hyzer from Holland. This is a position shot. She'll be approaching the green on the next.
So 5th shot here for Burge. Trying to get out of here with a double bogey.
That's fading towards the OB.
Looks like it's probably safe from here. That OB line pretty deep, but
a lot of work still
to
get it into the chains.
Tricky putt coming up for Burge.
Silva was just stress-free now, watching everybody else take multi-throws. She parked it on the second, even though it will be her third. Cadence up again.
Seven birdies today on the 10th.
A lot of them happening on the early rounds. I think very few on the later rounds, so I think the wind is really coming into play.
Double bogey putt for Burge.
Could have been obstructed, but it looks like she has a nice lane. Very nice. Good recovery, a long putt after some struggles. So not letting that affect her putting. Look at all that water. This is footing issues too. That back foot is going to be tough to get power off of. Well done.
Silva for the par. It's a great save for Saarinen after going OB off the tee shot.
I don't know a lot of players that could have thrown that second shot the way she did.
Yeah, especially from a standstill.
Right, maybe a henna.
Right.
She's probably got that.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at 11. I mean, this when it debuted as a whole on tour, it was reviled, but they've cleaned it up quite a bit. Yes.
They have. They've taken out. We'll fly through this gap, and they took out. There used to be a tree right here.
You can see the stump.
That was literally just you just hope you miss it. So they took out the middle tree that really separated the two fairways, and now we have one bigger fairway, but it's still tiny. And players are it's very distinct on the shot too. Most players are gonna throw an Anheuser Flex with something kind of overstable. They may try to flip up a mid just to hit the gap properly, but they're coming off of a weird angle. The green is also extremely windy.
Third shot for Handley.
That's perfect, pushing those right trees and trickling down.
Checking on the leaderboard. I mean, the players chasing Missy right now, Silva and Kristen, neither has birdied since hole 5. So there's been a lot of pars. Evelina Salonen has gotten a couple of birdies to climb up into third place.
And she could do the Missy thing and get a bunch here at the end.
Be interesting to see how Kristen plays this hole. It's pretty much demands that right-handed Annie backhand, but
which is not maybe her favorite throw, not the one that she chooses the most. Looks like it came out a little bit flat, needed a little more turn. Silva going with a stable mid. Her mid game is very strong. Little left on the release point. That Mando tree really pushes players to the left side of that tee, so it can be an awkward run up. They may want to have a little more space on that left side to get that final turn. Also not Katrina's favorite angle either. Again, needed more Anheuser.
yeah, it's hard to get the flip up turn to go through that same gap.
Exactly. But Katrina has enough range to throw like a true Anheuser. You know, she just missed it there.
Burge.
She's going slow as well.
See if she can line it up.
There it is. She's so happy. Do you see her? She's like, that's all I wanted.
Just don't.
So she went putter. A lot
Yeah.
of people are going overstable fairway or mid.
Well, Grant, when you step up onto that tee and you look down this fairway, like what are you seeing and what are the players feeling?
You're seeing something maybe like a hallway in a cathedral. It just, everything is narrow, and then over the top, everything sort of comes together in a bunch of sort of arch-like points. Really, really tricky. You're not feeling the same wind on the tee as you would be feeling on the green. It's very still at the tee with the wind at their backs. Down here at the green, the flags are beginning to really whip. So your disc might do something completely other than what you thought it would do, and that's assuming you do hit this very difficult line.
Silva with her approach. She caught a tree at the very end, but she will still have a C2 look. Holland, a short putt from 12. This will be for birdie. There it is.
Needed that. That's got to feel good for Holland.
That's the bounce back, and she's made it through the tough holes. So she's got the course is ahead of her. Kristen with the signature Anheuser approach. Katrina trying to work it out. There's options. The wind is pushing from her back. So the fade on this looks like a breaker. Straight, stable mid. Sorry, putter. Excuse me. A breaker's a putter. But it does have a nice turn if she can get that Anheuser on it. She's got to make a decision.
Gets the big skip. Nicely done by Allen.
The rumination pays off. And sometimes after you've done that for a little bit, you have to actually rush the throw because you've taken so much time to decide what to do. So I'm glad she was able to figure that out and quickly hit that line.
Something of a half bid there from Burge, and she'll have a tap in for the par.
She's satisfied. I think most players are okay with a par on this hole, despite its short length.
Third shot for Kona on the par 5 12th. Just outside the bullseye. Great shot for Montgomery. Sarnen, edge of circle par look. She's 1 for 4 from circle 2.
Oh, just over it. She gave it the height she needed on that tailwind, but it didn't drop it for her.
It's going to be her first bogey of the round.
You know, this hole is like that. Even if you're on your game, this one can sneak up on you. Bit of a comebacker into a headwind. That'll work. Big cages on those baskets.
Mm-hmm.
Very robust.
Yeah, almost chain free there for Silva as Kristen taps it in for par. So Kristen now has a share of second place. Burge in for a stress-free par. And Katrina in for the par. They will head to the 12th. We go to 13. Holland teeing off on the par 4.
Wow, pushing the long gap. That is a surprising play. That almost, I don't think it's out of bounds, but it's very close.
It's close to going deep OB. But
the middle gap is kind of the good one now.
So Missy still 5-shot lead, but we are heading into the easiest part of the course.
See Haley King up there at +1. Her debut this year.
Let's take a look at this par 5.
Yeah, hole 12. It is a placement shot off the tee. There is OB left and right, and this little bump out of trees on the right causes players to want to throw a turnover if you're going to throw a backhand, but you don't really need it to turn much. Mostly just a straight shot, placement, At least 300 feet will get you to about here, but you could even throw it 350, even 400 if you want to push this other gap. Most players are going to go placement, and then this second shot is through one of the two gaps. You're going to push it out into the open. The right side opens up the green, but there is OB over there. On the third shot, players are going to push down this hill, but that right side, you have to challenge the trees on the right side in order to park it. If you come in inside of those trees, you'll leave yourself a longer putt up a hill. This is a very birdieable hole. We haven't seen any eagles, but I think it's possible. That'll do just fine.
Well, we hear the wind whipping a bit in the back. Grant, what's the status for the players on this tee box?
Yeah, the players now turning to the point where most of their shots are going to be downwind, more or less, perhaps a little bit crossing. The wind is getting kind of inconsistent. It's there, and it's certainly gusty, but then it'll sort of drop out for a few moments. So players might have to start sort of reading the wind, trying to determine what it's doing down fairway, and then timing their shots with it. As Katrina Allen off the tee, and you can see the disc hopping just a little bit through the air. It's a really nice shot over there on player's left to get through this sort of angled gap for her next shot.
Definitely be interesting to see how the wind plays a role in the scoring conditions on this stretch of the course.
Cadence with a more aggressive tee shot. She's got herself closer to those gaps. She put a little turn on it that Katrina and Kristen did not.
Silva thinking a bit about the wind.
That'll work. Right in the middle of that first shot. Placement area. She'll be lined up for the gap. All the players pretty much carrying umbrellas today. I guess we were expecting a little bit of rain.
It's just been very intermittent. It feels like it could rain, but
perhaps it's a better walking stick in the conditions.
Great point.
Holland way over here, like on 13, right by the OB line. She's still going to end up taking that center gap. Perfect approach. That'll be a birdie.
Nicely done from Holland. Go over to the 14th. Avelina Salonen tied for second after a couple of birdies here in the back nine. Just a little chip up third shot. She's going to have a tap in birdie.
That is an impressive distance for the third shot. Most people are throwing it from way farther away. Katrina, the winds that are back. Decent placement.
Just looking ahead weather-wise, there's going to be some chance of showers this afternoon, but if there is rain, it won't be much. Tomorrow looks pretty good. Chance of showers again in the afternoon. And then overnight on Saturday and into Sunday, we're going to get a lot of rain. There's over 2 inches of rain forecasted. We'll see if that affects competition.
Yeah, there'll be a lot for the course to hold.
Yes.
Cadence put herself in good position off the tee, and there's another great shot. We got a short work for a birdie on a technical third. Kristen with a pushing hyzer with her grace. That's really good. Be set up for a sidearm approach on her third.
Is it beneficial to get more left with this second shot?
I think it's better right to open it up. But the OB is over there, and you really don't want to take an OB stroke here, especially the second shot. It would be just a bad miss. Yeah, Silva keeping it well outside of that kind of inside lane.
Well, here's Haley King on the 14th, putting for a birdie on the par 5. Sails it a bit. First tournament of the year for Haley King. Here's Lisa Fakis on 18.
Laying it up. I like this play. We've seen a lot of things roll away on that green. Haley with a long comebacker. Again over the top. It looks like she's missing the same exact way. See if she can make the adjustment.
So just 2 under par rounds in the clubhouse. Haley King drops to 2 over. Bogey. Evelina taps it in for birdie. So that's 4 of the last 5.
A lot of color.
Yeah, been an up and down day for Salonen. Third shot's coming up here for our feature card. Katrina first.
Excellent. I thought it was coming in a little early, but it snuck right by those trees. Parks it for birdie. Yeah, Katrina's bag has a lot of flippy stuff. So everything, it looks like there's always a little too much hyzer out of the hand, but then the disc flips up and proves you wrong. Silva almost looking kind of down at it. It's really opened up because she's so far to the right.
Doesn't quite sneak through.
Still a circle 1 putt. And it really is the play. Unfortunately, you just kind of have to hope through that section or play a long putt. So I like the hope method.
That does slide through and just outside the bullseye for Burge.
Looks like it went to the trees. It went to the trees. Did it get through the trees? Did it miss the trees? I don't know.
It missed him.
She is talking about how she threw a little too far, which is true, but it was a perfect fade. So
Here's Macy for a birdie. Oh, the stepper. She's got another one.
She got that dialed in.
That birdie on 2. A step putt. Jumper from just outside the circle, and then her second birdie of the round, just the same.
The shape of this shot matches her approach perfectly. She could put this in. Oh, yeah, that's great.
Kristen will be looking at a birdie from inside the circle. Holland in for the birdie on 13. Back-to-back birdies now for Handley. Evelina needs it to sit down.
Likely out of bounds. I'm kind of surprised she doesn't throw the sidearm there. It's a green of 12. Got a few spectators out there today. Always appreciate the support.
Some trees to deal with once again for Saarinen.
Yeah, not her comfortable stance.
Nice birdie for Silva.
Great upper body control there as through the putt. It's easy to let everything change once you have to change the way your feet are. Usually it does. So to make that adjustment is excellent skill. Hard at it.
Well committed and a nice bounce back after the bogey. That gets the birdie as well. So she and Silva will be tied at 3 under. Fourth birdie of the round for Cadence Burge. And Katrina Allen has this tap in to make it a star frame for this feature card. And that is a well-played hole from this group. Few holes to play here in the back 9. Can anybody catch Missy?
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the MVP Music City Open, presented by Another Round, continues here with Holland Handley on the 14th.
The placement, Spikeiser puts her right in the perfect position, although that footing looks tricky.
Flat on the 13th. Left to right wind.
She may have hit that. It looks like she's between the gaps on that one, so she may have to go up and over. The wind is ripping. And, you know, you want to kind of get towards the hole, but if you're too close, then you lose all the angles to try to hit the gap. So it's actually better to be a little bit left, especially with the new pin this year. It's very achievable. So placement off the tee is critical. Ooh.
Well, it could have been worse. It kicks back out to the middle, but
It was a favorable kick. I'm kind of surprised she doesn't throw a sidearm here. It's not technical. This is great. She'll have access to both gaps. Silva going mid as well. But trying to manage this wind is a little tricky, especially with a slow disc. Very well done. So from her out of bounds lie. Strong bid, center cut, unfortunate bogey. Now we see the Katrina sidearm.
see what she has from there. Scoggins putting for par on 18, off the band.
And not a single C2 make for Own this event so far. It's kind of uncharacteristic.
Yeah, the putting hasn't really been there for her in the same way that we typically see here in 2025.
I mean, that's how putting goes. It is a bit of a journey, and even the most strong putters can still find a place of where they lack confidence. You know, she'll find it. I'm sure she's got to make more putts. She'll get back there. Cadence need a little more turn on that shot. Difficult for the backhand with this tailwind. She'll be able to pitch over for par.
Evelina on the 16th.
We're getting the thumbs up from the crowd. Silva missing the gap to the green.
Kind of cut through, but that's a painful mistake.
Yeah, not in range for birdie. Unfortunately, on one of the easier holes on the course, Kristen's going to try to shape it through that right side.
Very tricky shot here for Latin.
Catches some upper branch. But front side again. Similar to situation for West Silva, where they're just not going to be able to get the birdie, but it's not really going to cost them a bogey.
Kristen just hasn't had a lot of birdie looks today. Inside the circle with a look, only on 4 of 12 holes. And she's going to be out of position here on 13.
Katrina recovering really well after that early hit off the tee. Kind of a disappointing hole for the lead card. Maybe it's too easy. They're like, they're unfocused.
I mean, this is playing as the easiest hole on the course, averaging more than a quarter stroke under par.
We would expect to see most of the lead card birdie this on a typical day. Wind to be such a problem, but if they're trying to throw turnovers, that'll do it. And now Silva leaves herself a little work.
Still thinking about the miss on the previous shot. Kristen's third after clipping the branch, coming through the gap.
Another short approach shouldn't be a problem, but that tailwind must be ripping a little heavier than we can really tell. Holland forced to stand still. Control shot. Good position.
Windy out here in Nashville for round number 1. Missy Gannon doing some damage in the back 9. 6 down between holes 11 and 17. Round currently coming in provisionally 1024 rated. Burge just pitches up. A little bit of a tester here for Lat. Not a problem. She's in for par. Stays bogey free on the day.
Silva with a similar putt. Not a problem. Perfect putting today from Silva from inside the circle.
Burge with the tap in. Katrina as well, but no birdies for our feature card.
It's a barbecue central.
Holland's third.
Have some work to do to get that birdie.
Evelina putting for birdie on 16. This for a share of second place once again.
Excellent.
It's been a roller coaster ride for Ev.
Starting to get to the part of the course where I expect to see a lot of scoring from the lead card.
All right, let's take a look at hole 14. Grant, this is another par 5. Tell us a little bit about what the players are going to need to do to attack this hole.
Well, it's certainly playing downwind, and the wind right now is the strongest it's been thus far today. They need to control the drive into what should be a pretty generous landing zone, but then they've got kind of a weird, it's almost a gate-like feature that they have to throw through at the left side of the fairway, and then a very sharp turn back to the right. I am walking the hole right now, and I am at the gate-like feature. I still can't see the basket at all. So maybe some blind shots here where you've got to throw to an area that you can't see, but you need to trust the disc to get to ground in the right way.
Flyover presented by Zenni. Eyewear for everyone. Fans can use code DGPT for 10% off their order. think the best spot to land is just shy of those signposts where we saw Holland's disc?
Probably, just because to push past those is going to take more distance and more risk. So I like the placement to in front of them, and also if you go past them, you're going to end up in that, that bad footing. But then the next two shots, the second one's kind of neutral, although I like the sidearm play, and then the next one is a sidearm. So we're really going to see advantage to Kristen, and then we'll see if Katrina busts it out a few times.
Salonen on 17.
That looks good. The fade to the right gets her closer to that uphill lie. Holland for birdie. Her pace was off there. Her timing was fast in the backswing.
4 for 8 from circle 1 today is Handley.
Kristen wanted a little more fade than that. She may be stuck with a backhand approach rather than probably a sidearm that she would prefer. We'll see how she plays it. They actually adjusted the OB here since last year. It's a little more favorable. You used to be able to, when you threw from here, you could go directly out of bounds, and they've just moved the OB line, so you're inbounds most of the flight off the first shot. There's the fade. It looked like a miss, but it's in bounds. I'm curious to see if she's aiming over to that left side on purpose. We'll see how she plays it over the next couple of days. It would certainly open up her backhand further left. That's great. I think a more intentional left-handed left lie for Silva. Should be a straight shot on her next.
Paige Shu stepping to the 18th tee. She's tied for 5th at 1 under. She's been Missy-like in the back 9. 5 birdies between holes 11 and 16. Gets some pretty good ground play and finds its way to the edge of the circle.
That's great. She was asking for it to get up a little bit. And you could see in her backswing that skirt on the tee pad was like kind of blowing up. That could be very distracting. She handled it very well.
Bit of a slow start for Shu today, but playing great in the last 6 holes.
Holland lining up the wide Spikeiser. The OB comes up a little quicker on that side, but the airspace is open. Little inside. She will have a C2 putt, slightly obstructed. Caden's looking to place this in the center, but leaves it left. That is the right miss, however, because there's not OB in that set of trees, while there is OB in the right side of trees. Cat with a fairway, looking to turn it. That tailwind is keeping it out. She'll again also be in that left side of trees. These adjustments are very difficult in this wind. You're also dealing with some elevation typically. So, I mean, Katrina is one of the best at dealing with wind. I mean, she's trained in, South Dakota, Arizona, like the most windy places that exist. So that just shows you how really, difficult this is.
Oh, especially having to make the adjustment from a headwind mid-round to then going into a tailwind, and the wind kind of getting worse as you go.
Still going putter, which might be going too straight. That's good. That's her echo. I like this play. You don't really need distance on the second shot. It just needs to be in the middle, and the fairway is only about 50 feet wide.
Challenging live for Lat.
This is straight placement. She needs to drop back to the right so she can open up that third shot. She's definitely still in, birdie's still in play here. Looking good. Setting her up well for that third.
Back over to 17, Salonen.
I was hoping that wind would help her with the fade, but it leaves her a long putt for birdie.
Paige Shue putting for birdie.
Nope.
Putting for par.
That's a veteran move. It's all fun and games to try to make those, but when it comes down to getting a good score, sometimes the layup is the play. Holland also, speaking of layups, she's got Obi behind her, so it makes sense for her not to really run that. And she had a ceiling. Kristen she's not as far right as I thought she was. So she's going to try to shape this on an anti-flex sidearm and get to the basket. This is pretty risky shot. There's a lot going on here. Obi on the right and deep. There's a look.
40-footer for Lat.
It is a mounded green. We've seen some putting struggles there.
See how much Katrina can get here, and she's just going to pitch it out.
Yeah, and she doesn't really, unless she wants to throw a sidearm on that next shot, she doesn't really want to push right at all. It's opened up with the backhand from the left side.
Just a touch low for Evelina on the birdie putt.
That tailwind not helping that. But also center. We like to see that.
Hannah Wynn putting for par.
Great to see her back on the scene. Wow, what a tough round for her. A lot of color there.
Salonen for the par. And she's in.
Excellent.
And that's really been the improvement in her putting. She's knocking those putts down inside 15 feet with a lot of consistency.
Well, she's a great example of how you can come back from the yips and really do something good. So those of y'all who out there who have them, we've all been there. There is hope. Do not give up. So she did go with the sidearm here. Left herself a little bit of a putt.
That'll be for par for Allen. Birdies have felt a little scarce for our feature cards today.
I imagine the wind is part of that. Silva doesn't have a lot of options here. She's probably just going to throw it straight and then leave herself a long putt for birdie. That'll work at the edge of C2. She's the best C2 putter on tour, so we'll see if she can knock that one down. Cadence with a sidearm. We don't get to see a lot of these. You know, not bad. It went in the general direction. Didn't hit anything close to her. She's laid up to an area where she can pitch up to and come away with the par. I think shout out to her caddy. I believe that's Robbie C.
I believe that's right.
Yeah, a content creator in disc golf. We all love you guys and gals out there doing that good stuff. Holland showing her distance, parking this on a sidearm with a slow frisbee. Yeah, there he is, Robbie C. Go follow his content. That'll be just fine for Cadence. You know, sometimes just getting through this hole without bogeying it is a good thing. It's the hardest par 5 on the course. There's a lot of trouble.
Seen increasing amounts of content creation on disc golf. You got a favorite disc golf YouTube channel?
You know, I got to go with the homie, Simon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he
a great answer.
Does the best.
He's got a new editor for his YouTube and putting out more and more content. Seeing the practice rounds. He's doing the podcast now, all kinds of stuff.
Well, and then the upshot was pretty.
Oh, yeah, well, thank you.
Pretty
thank you.
decent. Y'all do a great show every week.
All right, Kristen for a long-range birdie. She's 1 for 4 today. She hit a edge of circle look on hole 1 for the birdie. Yes.
There it is. Okay.
Huge.
Kristen has been patient with herself. Nothing flashy today until now, really. So this is, you know, she threw that really difficult third to put herself in position to make a very difficult putt. So she seems like she may be gaining a bit of steam, but I love to see her patience.
She just mitigated the mistakes. Still no bogeys, despite a stretch of holes where she didn't find the birdie looks. And she's now 4 under. Here's Cat for par.
Ah. And Silva for par as well.
So Silva remains at 3 down. Tied for third now with Evelina. Kristen has taken over solo second, 3 shots back of Missy Gannon. Katrina in for bogey, so she'll drop back to even par. Evelina stepping to the tee on 18.
A birdie here would likely secure herself a lead card position. Nice shot. Kind of hits those, looks like it hits those boulders on the way down. Tons of power, though, that snap out of her hand.
Bella Diaz for birdie on 16. Knocks it down.
Continuing to have to make big putts to get those birdies.
Yeah, putters look solid for Macy. Done a solid round overall, just a couple of bad holes, double bogey on 9, triple on 11.
Those multi-bogey strokes are really hard to make up for.
It's a tap-in birdie for Holland Handley. So Holland back at 2 under par. Oh, another kite. Another kite.
Kite count 5? Are we?
What, Grant?
How
many kites is that?
Yeah, that's at least 5 right there. And I heard about another one. One of the players, Calvin Heimberger, somebody likes to fly kites and lost one the other day. So there may be 6, but only 5 confirmed visually at this time. Back to you.
Calvin's kite stuck in the tree. Oh, no. Now I want to see a player walking the course with a kite tied to their bag. We've had the wind to do it at Waco. Evelina.
That's a layup. It looks like it's just outside the circle. No need to run that. She's got a solid round finished.
She will finish at 3 under par on the round.
Good position for Holland there on 17. Kristen with the wide hyzer. Similar miss. There's just a little bit of hanging branches there. Got to go a little wider. It's wider than you think you need to throw. The wind is also kind of a mess with that, especially when it's so high up in the air. But Cadence going up the gut.
One of the easier holes on the course. Kristen a little frustrated with herself.
Cadence looked like she missed that inside just a little bit, but she got through. Favorable trees. Silva with a putter in her hand. Draws it up the left side of that gap. It came out a little bit early, but it only left her 15 feet. So she maybe just didn't park it. That's a great disc. Ooh, Katrina going with the sidearm. This was surprising to me. That's a flippy disc. It needs to sit.
Oh, and it takes a bad skip.
Just catches that downslope on the OB area.
Haley King finishing up her opening round of the 2025 DGPT season. 2 over. Evelina in the clubhouse at 3 down. Could be on the lead card tomorrow and may end up on the chase card. Depends on how these feature cards play out. lot of the heavy hitters up at the top of the leaderboard, and Macy Gannon, maybe the best round we've seen from her this season. I think it's fair to say that it is.
I would agree. We're seeing a few more players under par as we move through the back part of the course, which, honestly, the wind is really affecting this. This wind is helping the back. The Sunday wind will be opposite, and it's going to hurt the back. So I think the scoring is really going to change over the course of the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Cadence Burge just pitched up. See if Kristen wants anything to do with this.
Not a great putt to run, but if you're Kristen, you might. Oof. Yeah, that's great. This OB on the left side is the only reason you could maybe consider laying that up.
That's a great effort here from Kristen.
Yeah, she puts it up really high, hoping that wind is going to push it back into the basket. This catches the cage. Really nice execution. You can see she thought she made it, which is, where we get that kind of disappointed look, even though it was a good execution.
Holland Haley trying to finish strong.
So should be a bit of an Anheuser up this hill with the sidearm. And that's too much. Still a C2 look.
A little bit of a misfire, though, from Holland.
There is a headwind coming down that hill, which probably turned it over a little more than she expected. Looks like they're trying to figure out where Katrina's lie is. I assume it's out of bounds still.
Katrina.
A long look to save par.
Oh, yeah. Katrina.
Hey-o. Great putt. That'll be her first C2 of the day. Wow, she goes so far between her legs on her backswing.
Silva for a share of second, and she's in. So nice tee shot from Silva, and she's tied with Lat at 4 under. Couple of par tap-ins. Second shot for Macy. A beauty.
Park job. That one she's not going to have to make a big putt for the birdie. That'll be 2 in a row for her.
Well, the Stetsons are out in Nashville. Maybe Nicholas Antela will have his on later today. Missy Gannon, 3-shot lead, a couple holes to play for our feature cards.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, also known as Double G, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
Double G Craft Jerky is an awesome snack when you have a hankering on the course. You need a little something to pick you up out there so you can really get after a drive or finish on a putt and capitalize.
When you're playing a disc golf round and you're hungry and you don't have a snack on the course, you start to lose focus, you start thinking about what am I going to eat for dinner. With Double G Craft Jerky, that's not a problem.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like.
Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
Long birdie putt for Holland Handley.
Oh, so close. Voicing the fact that she's all over the place. We've seen a bit of that. But if you're hitting, that's pretty good putt for that distance. Maybe not up to her standards. Silva with the difficult line here with the backhand. She went with the mid.
Gorgeous.
Oh my.
Oh, wow.
Never mind. I mean, she just makes it look easy. I thought it was a hard hole, but.
So impressive.
And even in a tailwind, she really had to turn that to keep the tailwind from, because there's straight OB in front of her if she doesn't turn that enough.
She and Kristen were supposed to play match play yesterday. Would have been entertaining to see. We'll have to wait for another tournament as Kristen puts it in the bullseye as well.
They seem to be pretty well matched on this course, as maybe they're just playing it today, right?
Yeah, right. We should
just
actually do the
record?
math.
Yeah.
Retroactively.
Makes sense. Oh yeah, Cadence also with a more difficult backhand turnover, and she puts it inside the circle.
Kristen Silver all square, by the way, through 15. Katrina.
That flipped up a little more than she wanted. Albie. She's typically throwing flippy discs, so that I can see how, that makes it more difficult. A little bit of crosswind here on the 16th. It looks pretty muddy down there, so I'm assuming that we are not getting a lot of skippage because of, some of the moisture on the ground. This one has OB really close to it on the right side. Can Kat knock down a second C2 putt to save par?
It's a good 8 to 10 feet further back than the previous one.
Oh, she almost does it. But frustrating to throw out of bounds 2 times in a row. And both with the sidearm that just kind of flipped up. She might need to stable up whatever that blue disc is.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit of an adjustment period for Katrina with the disc selection today. As Burge knocks down the birdie. Gallery's fired up. Burge back under par. Lat gets to 5 down. Be a bogey for Katrina, and Silva with the drop-in birdie. So Silva and Kristen get a stroke closer to Missy Gannon. All right, it's now into crunch time as we come down the end of this round. We'll be commercial free, thanks to our friends at 1010 Discs. Holland Handley trying to finish out with a birdie here on 18.
I liked that height. She may have caught those trees. Oh, we'll see where her lie is soon.
Going to have a long look from circle 2 or maybe circle 3. Nice round today from Paige Shu, 1 under. You're around there, 1-2 over. You shot a pretty good round today.
Yeah, you're still in the hunt.
Taylor Chosik ends up finishing the day at 4 over par. Ellie Mittling, big power thrower, but maybe struggling with the wind today, 10 over par. Saarinen.
Silva trying to just throw this straight. She needed that to maybe be a little bit shorter. It's not great positioning. That may take birdie out of play. Kristen with a simple hyzer. Oh! What in the world
Whoa.
did she hit? There could be some rocks over there. But wow, that was terrible ground play. I don't think she deserved that at all.
So take another look here. It looks like it just clips one of those trees or rocks, stands straight up, and off it goes. There's no OB down there, but not a great spot to be.
That's some bad luck. I guess she needed to come up a little short of those trees, though. I suppose we can control some of that luck.
Katrina inside.
Ah, that's 3 misses in a row with her sidearm. I do appreciate that she's working through it, though. Holland. Long look. It'll be a layup for par.
As it stands, Holland will be on the chase card tomorrow. A moment ago, Cadence Burge throwing her tee shot.
Kind of a similar shot to Silva, really trying to draw that to the right and it just continuing straight. There's probably a crosswind that could be affecting that. They're going to have a headwind up the hill. And Katrina has a really short placement shot around these trees. Or she's going to go big Anheuser. Wow, okay. She's got a headwind. This is super hard shot. That's great. She is kind of the queen of the Anheisers. That's how she won her world title.
That's what I was just going through my mind. I was getting ready to say the same thing. I can't forget the Utah Worlds. Annie on 18.
Yeah, that I have chills actually just thinking about
iconic.
The shot she threw to win that. So Kristen is, who knows what she's going to do from here. It looks like she's got some drivers, so she may be trying to get some progress. But birdie definitely out of play here. That'll work. Look at those cedar trees. I mean, they're blowing feet in each direction right now. Cadence up next. She doesn't have much room behind the disc to get much of a run up. It'll probably be a standstill. Hey, kite number 6.
Wow.
Got it.
I thought maybe there was an exaggeration from Grant, but clearly not.
Is this like the number of ladders they count in highways on the morning commute?
Grant, we're going to need you to catalog all of these so that we don't double count tomorrow, because we're going to keep this going.
Good shot from her position. I mean, she's not really in birdie range, but that was a difficult lie. And she threw a driver to get out of there, so really good execution, technicality.
That was phenomenal.
Oh, phenomenal.
He's been hyping her up.
Robbie C. agrees.
This was a lot darker.
Silva also with a standstill, but this is pretty normal for Silva. Oh my gosh.
Safe.
Oh my, did she throw it? Oh gosh, she threw it all the way up the hill. I thought birdie was out of range from a standstill from her positioning, but I was wrong again.
I mean, she has put on a clinic today with some of these seemingly out of position standstill shots. Take a second look.
I mean, she almost throws it out of bounds on the kind of right and deep, but doesn't. It sticks, and she's got to look for birdie, and that would be an advantage by 1 over Kristen if she can knock that down. Kristen's still looking to get up and down to save par. That tree is going to make it a little more difficult, but she has a putt to save that par.
Well, Grant, you know, coming from Oklahoma, you know what it feels like when storms are coming. Some reports that we may be going to see some isolated thunderstorms later today. What do you think?
I mean, I hate to say it, I think there's a pretty good chance of it. The air is really heavy, and it's warm down here on the ground because of the amount of sun that has broken through. That's just fuel for thunderstorms later on. When that more warm air rises, that's where you get those thunderheads. So the bigger question is going to be the direction that these storms move, and if one forms in the right direction from Mill Ridge to then move overhead. If so, the good news should be that we have a little bit of advance warning, which will be great for the safety of the players and the spectators alike.
Well, we hope we don't get any disruptions to play today, but it's definitely just very unsettled air right now in Tennessee.
Madison giving Holland a little bit of struggle there.
Just playing a little defense around
That's
the
right.
basket. Katrina, nice up on 17. Well, ask and ye shall receive. Shall we watch Katrina at 2021 Worlds?
Ooh, goosebumps. Here they are.
18. Look at this shot. Towering Anheuser has to land it safe and barely safe on the green.
And that put all the pressure on Paige Pierce to miss a short shot, and then
she did.
she was able to lay that putt up for the win.
An incredible tournament. The drama on 18. You know, of course, everybody remembers what happened in MPO, but let's not forget about that shot from Katrina to ultimately ice a world championship, a second world championship for her.
Charlie, we can see the two-stroke swing here. This wind is crazy, left to right, really hard wind to putt in, and Silva could knock this down for the birdie if Kristen doesn't make this.
Yeah, not close.
Yeah, it's that wind is just pushing it down so hard with her hyzer release.
It's going to be the first bogey of the day for Kristen, and it comes at an inopportune moment.
Also, with bad luck. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't like she really deserved the rollaway all the way into the trees. So, you know, if that's what it takes to get Kristen a bogey, is some bad luck.
Yeah.
It does happen in this game. So, you know, she's got a great mental game to recover from those types of unexpected things.
Silva to take 2 strokes off Kristen.
Oh, yes. Wow. And that's a crosswind with a right to left. I mean, I don't know how she handles, I don't know how, her putt doesn't look any different in the wind than in without wind. And I'm really not sure how she does it. I mean, she must be getting a lot of spin.
Well, and another gem from the practice round that she played out here with Simon and Eagle is that she has multiple plastic stiffnesses in her putters and seems to just randomly select which one she's going to use, which I feel like is very foreign to everyone that plays disc golf.
She admits that she messed up about that. She didn't mean to grab 3 different ones, but, you know, she's so versatile, and, I mean, she doesn't let it bother her. I mean, we heard Simon in that same interaction talk about how it really messed with him to have even different colors, let alone different consistencies in the plastic.
It is a 2-shot swing. Silva now a stroke off the lead. Kristen takes the bogey and is 2 shots back of Silva and 3 off of Missy's 7 under. Big swing.
Silva could tie it up on this next one.
Well, let's check in on Silva's scorecard today. Just the 1 bogey, and then the back-to-back birdies here late in this back 9.
Knocking down a couple C2 putts, and is perfect inside the circle.
And that's really been the thing. 10 for 10 C1X, and a lot of those have not been gimmies. And she's 33% from circle 2.
It's likely that inside the circle percentage is also what is helping the outside the circle percentage. A lot of people aren't going to run big putts from C2 if the C1 putting is not as strong. And she's showing, you know, that C1 is the foundation of her great C2 putting.
3 birdies today on 18. We saw 2 of them. Deanne Carey and Allie Smith both getting the birdie. And Rebecca Cox also got a 2, had a 16-footer. Grant, can you give us a wind read here on the 18th?
Yeah, it's just a whipping tailwind here at 18. It's the strongest the wind has been all day here at the green of 17 and now the tee of 18. So really strong tailwind the players have to deal with. Probably landing the disc over the horizon from their vantage point so they won't be able to see it come to ground. So interesting little test here to end the round.
Stays in bounds barely with another C2 look.
Makeable range for Silva.
Looked a little early out of the hand. I like the move that Caden's just put on that. Oh yeah, inside the circle.
Circle 2 for Katrina.
Low and inside from Kristen. She'll have a tricky approach, not much of a putt from there. Seemed like kind of a quick shot from her. Maybe trying to just get off the course at this point. She may have got a little shook by that bogey on the last hole.
Well, let's look at some of the highlights today from Silva. And it's been a little bit of everything. It's been the putter, hole 1, kicking it off right away. Fantastic stuff from 35 feet. This one through the trees. But honestly, you expect the good putting. It's been the standstill shot making that's been most impressive to me.
Well, and also what we're witnessing here is her turnovers. She doesn't have a sidearm, much of a sidearm. So the turnover game is super impressive with these crosswinds, headwinds, tailwinds, you name it.
Cashing it in
So
for another birdie on 17.
Putting together a really complete game despite missing the sidearm. I mean, this is the Conrad style. You know, who says you need a sidearm? I wonder if she's feeling the pressure down the stretch here. Probably not too much this first round.
Not ideal there from Kristen. Still going to be inside the circle. It feels like kind of one of those classic slightly off rounds for Kristen that's still among the best in the field.
Yeah, I would agree.
Katrina pitches up. All right, here we go. Silva with a birdie look. Outside the circle for a share of the lead going into round 2. Oh my. Are you serious?
Oh, that
Not
brings up
even a question.
Now she's 50% from C2. 3 of 6. That's amazing.
Silva with 4-pack to end the round, and she is tied with Missy Gannon at 7 under in the clubhouse going into Saturday. And with the uncertainty of the weather on Sunday, those strokes may matter. Burge in for birdie. Great finish for Cadence, who's going to be on the chase card tomorrow.
Yeah, after those first 2, she only had 1 more bad hole and got a ton of birdies out there.
Kristen for par. Oh my.
Yeah, this is surprising from Kristen. I don't know if this has to do with the last hole or, you know, sometimes these little mistakes add up over time, and by the end of the round, you're just, you know, your mental game is flooded with misses. We saw that shank on 3, you know, a couple misses inside the circle. So, yeah, not the best round for Kristen, but, you know, everyone's human. She's right there, so I don't expect it to be an issue. She's got kind of this spushy hyzer spin putt. She brings it down, keeps the alignment, but then gets a ton of spin out of her fingers on the release. So really great touch as well.
Well, how about that? Quite a finish for Silva Sarnen, and she matches Missy at 7 under As we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth, it was a very entertaining round. All things considered, the water not that big of a deal.
I mean, a little bit of footing.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm very impressed with the way the course drained compared to what the footage we witnessed looked like yesterday.
What do you make of today's round?
I'm surprised about Kristen's finish, and she seemed like she let that bogey bother her, and then some of those mistakes adding up. But what I'm really impressed with was Missy's back and Silva's back and Evelina coming up and just getting tons of birdies, not letting a few bogeys bother her. So we've got a battle on our hands. We know we can. Kristen is probably going to push up from the leaderboard up to the top, and Missy and Silva are right there next to each other. I mean, it's exciting. We always want to see a few more winners on tour, and man, Missy and Silva are still waiting for that one this year.
And, you look at the chase card, Holland there, of course. No surprise at this course, particularly in the way she's played to start this season. Ella Hansen there, already won at the Spring Flight Open. But then also Cadence Burge, who we'll see again tomorrow, had some awesome shot making today.
And bounced back mentally from 2-3 putts in a row.
Great point.
Impressive.
And how about Paige Shue, 1 under, a really, really nice finish in the back 9. So it's a lot of players under par. You remember last season, there were only 2 players who finished this tournament under par through 3 rounds. It was Kristen and Holland. But I think that seems like off the board. I mean, we're going to see way better scoring this year than we did last year.
I think so too. They've optimized the course a bit as well. I think for the FPO division, and Missy in the lead right now. I'm really curious to see how she manages the heavy wind that she didn't really have in the round she played today. She will have the wind tomorrow from the same direction and probably just as heavy with a little bit of moisture. So we'll see how she manages that differently, whereas Silva and Kristen got to practice that today, and we'll be able to make the adjustment.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Tournament Central on the other side. We've got some interviews as well. We should hear from Silva Saarinen, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Ben's a pro who spent $25 on his premium driver and threw it 413 feet, which means he spent about 6 cents per foot for his shot. Matt's a total noob, but he only spent $5 for his premium driver on discountdiscgolf.com. He throws his 213 feet, which means Matt only spent 3 cents per foot for his shot, making him the clear winner in this distance battle. Cheap discs are better. It's science.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TrimecGroup.com.
Your membership dollars have a huge impact on the growth of the game of disc golf. The PDGA uses membership dollars to provide and aid disc golf as it spreads across the globe. From tools like the PDGA app and Tournament Manager, services like the TD Helpline, and grant programs that support the growth of disc golf globally. Your active membership also brings you access to select member benefits, including free and discounted access to the Disc Golf Network. So sign up today, and we'll see you out on the course.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
Welcome inside Tournament Central following the opening round of the MVP Music City Open. Into the hot rounds. This is your leaderboard. Following round number 1, Silva Saarinen makes a late push with 4 straight birdies to close her round to catch Missy Gannon at the top of the leaderboard. Evelina and Kristen will join them on the lead card tomorrow. Silva Saarinen is on the green side of the 18th. Let's hear from her now.
Silva, 7 under par effort, tied for the lead. First question, what are the conditions like out there in terms of the footing and the wind?
Yeah, it's wet there, but it's still fine.
4 putts in a row, big putts, birdies to finish out your round. You told me that you knew that was for the lead. How big is putting out there in this wind? How important is it going to be tomorrow?
For real, it didn't even felt good, but I'm happy that I made those putts on last 2 holes.
Do you prefer to play from the lead more than to play from behind and try to catch up, because that's what you'll be doing tomorrow?
I don't care.
Any preparations that you need to change for tomorrow, given that it's probably going to rain more before the week's over? Any changes?
I'm not gonna change anything.
Silva Saarinen doesn't need to change anything. A co-leader in the clubhouse at 7 under par.
Well, classic Silva right there.
I love her.
So the thing that I think stands out to me is that she said she didn't even feel that good with the putter today, and yet, I mean, she still was, 50% from circle 2.
Perfect, really.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you count C2 misses as real misses, because I don't.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to hear that she's watching the leaderboard.
And the first round.
I would expect more of a back of the third round kind of watching, but maybe it's inspiring her. You know, some people really like to keep pace and they want to see, and they're like what everybody else is doing, and use that as a reason to make the shots they need to. So clearly, it worked for her today.
You know, players had an opportunity to kind of readjust after all of the rain, maybe different wind conditions than they had in practice. As we go into tomorrow, what do players need to do differently, if anything, to, try to make a push for the win?
Well, the good thing is the wind should be a similar direction. So make the adjustment. Change that shot that went out of bounds. Maybe you have to change your strategy on a couple of holes. I think, if you played good, stick with it. It's going to be pretty easy to predict things tomorrow. Sunday will be a different story.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. All right, it's time for the OTB shot of the day. What comes
Silva's
to mind?
second on 10. Easy.
I agree. I mean, you could pick a number of her standstill shots,
Sure.
But that was probably the most impressive
one. Hold on.
one.
17, second on 17.
I still like the one on 10 more.
Okay.
Let's roll it. OTB shot of the day. Could be a circle 2 make.
We assume it's Silva, though, right?
It's gotta be.
We're giving it to Silva. Here you go. Okay.
And it's going to be
It's
a
a
circle
putt?
2 make.
Okay, fine. I guess that's pretty good, too.
This was nasty on 18. I mean,
Yeah.
to tie the lead from 41 feet and with just absolutely no question that was going in the basket.
And knowing that's to tie the lead, that makes me think that she's going to match up really well for match play if she's keeping track of that kind of thing in regular play.
Well, she got Kristen by 2 shots there today in the match play that we created during the round. Music City Open coverage continues this afternoon with MPO. It starts at 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. That's about 1 hour from right now. We'll kick it off with Tournament Central with myself and Brian Earhart, and then we'll be back with round number 2 for FPO tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Central Time, right here on the Disc Golf Network. Remember, you can use code MusicCity to get a free month of DGN if you're joining us on YouTube today. So head over to discgolfnetwork.com, get yourself a free month, and see how this tournament shakes out. Join us for MPO this afternoon. For Sarah Hokum, Charlie Eisenhood signing off here from round number 1 in FPO. Missy Gannon and Silva Saarinen tied at the top at 7 under par.